Okay, so here we are. Yay! We're starting late today, but that's okay. So, we'll see who shows up today. We're back with the Superman shirt again, because I like it. And let's look at some recent comments to start off until we get some questions. Okay, so more of this. Yeah, there we go. Okey-dokey. Loud kids outside. Okay. So we're getting some more people in here. Feel free to say hi, ask questions. Let's see here. Okay, so we had some recent questions about the aspirated or the strong T sound and the sh sound with the placement. Hello, Gabriel. How are you? Nice to see you. Just trying to get things going here. Okay. Long day, crazy day. So, until we get some questions or more people in here, first, there was a question about the aspiration in the T sound, um, and specifically in words that have ST at the start of a stressed syllable. And the specific words that they asked about are two slightly different kinds of words. We have these two words here, and this was a question from Manawata Hosimari. I'm not sure. Definitely don't know how to pronounce that. But Miguel, hello. Welcome to the chat. I'm pretty good. How are you? So with the ST, or at the first part of this, ST at the start of a stressed syllable, we know that the T sound, if it's at the start of a stressed syllable, it should be aspirated or what I call strong, right? But what happens when there's an S in front of it? We can even use the word start, right? Start. So we know that the S is already, we would say, dampening, making the T a little weaker in a way. It's actually making it sound kind of a bit like a D in a way, but it's not quite a D. It's still a T sound. And we do want that strong T, but the S is naturally going to make it a little softer, right? So it's not unaspirated or weak. It's just going to be not. It's not going to sound. It's not going to be like start, right? Where we're not going to push the full air out for the T sound. So with understanding, right? It's not understanding. It's understand. Stand. So we want that T, but not overly strong. With strain, this is one where you could do the T, but the way that I speak and that I recommend you do, because, well, various reasons, is to use the T plus R consonant optional rule and change the T into a CH. And you say strain, so you don't even have to worry about the T there. But anyway, we do have a question here from Steve. Is there a way of linking these words? Struggle plus in, handle plus out. Wait. Oh, I see. In other words, how do you link this half L with other words that start with a vowel? Okay, good question. Very good question. So I posted. Oh, good question. Why don't you upload videos on TikTok anymore? I'll come back to that in a second. So I posted a video on the half L, what I call the half L. It's the dark L, according to other teachers, but I don't use that term because it's confusing. I remember the half L is a vowel sound. Okay, half L vowel sound. And there are many, many reasons why I call it a vowel. It fits in the English language as a vowel. It functions exactly like a vowel sound, except with this particular case. And it's not actually an exception. It works exactly like the R. Okay, we know that there's the vowel and there's the consonant. Consonant. And these are the same sound, right? If I say earth, earth, right? Or if I say run, run, okay? It's the same sound, it's just the vowel is a bit longer, okay? Some people might make a very slight difference between them. You don't have to, it's the same sound. So, when we have the R, okay, if the vowel were to connect to a vowel, it activates the R consonant. That's the way that I like to explain it, because consonants connect to vowels. That's the number one general rule of linking in the entire language. It's the most common linking rule. So if I say in it, it'll sound like in it, okay? So if we have, for example, power up, it's going to sound like power up, rup, okay? And it's almost as if there's a R consonant connecting to up. With the half L vowel, what happens? It works the same way, but optionally, okay? The first general rule, we got to lay down some pieces here. First general rule is that consonant sounds connect to vowel sounds between two words. Okay, we're talking about between two words here. This will also happen inside words usually, but we don't have to worry about that. The second general rule, okay, we're supposed to put first. It's supposed to be first general rule. Second general rule here is vowels do not connect to vowels, but they flow into each other. Okay? They flow into each other. Now, what does that mean? So if I say saw and it, okay? So saw it, saw it, saw it. I just go from ah to I, and there's no break between them. We just keep the sound going. It doesn't sound like there's anything moving over or blending. You just flow from sound to sound. So they flow into each other, but they don't connect the way that it sounds like a consonant connects over to a vowel. Okay. So in the lesson, the four big exceptions to the four general rules, I talk about the R and the L. And the R, if it connects over to a vowel, it's going to work like a consonant. It's going to activate the R sound, and it's going to sound like there's a consonant connecting. In the case of the L, the half L, an L sound at the end of a word, like fall, is going to be a half L. Now, it is always possible to make a light L or a full L sound. If you fully enunciate it, it's just not likely. Okay, we usually don't do that. So we're going to say fall, fall, and the front does not come up. Now, if you use this dark L or half L vowel sound, and the next word starts in a vowel, so I'll use your examples here. Struggle plus in, and handle out. Okay. So we're going from struggle, go, so I don't have to bring the tongue up, struggle. Okay, that's fully enunciated. You don't have to do that. Struggle. Oh, I can't really see my mouth, but I'm not bringing my tongue up. Okay. Now, what we could do, option one, is to activate the L and follow general rule number one, consonants connect to vowels, just like the R does. Okay, the R vowel sound. So if I say struggle in, or handle out, okay? Perfectly fine, perfectly common, no problem. You can activate the L as a consonant and move it over. Optionally, with this particular special half L, the dark L, you also have the option of activating the second general rule instead of the first general rule and just make it flow. Okay, so you can say struggling, not struggling, struggling, or handle out instead of handle out, lout, lout, lout. Okay, so you just don't bring that tongue up. You have to make sure you get into the right position for the half L, the dark L sound, but then you just move into the next vowel. Okay, so either way, for this connection with the dark L or the half L vowel sound, which are the same thing, right? I mentioned dark L just for people who are used to that terminology. The connection for the L, when there's a vowel like that, is optional. Okay, you can make it a normal L, or you can just flow into the next sound with the half L or dark L sound. The reason why the R doesn't do that is because the R sound, it's the physical nature of the R sound. It acts as a bridge. There are some sounds that I like to call bridge sounds. And these are consonants that, because of the physical nature of how they work in the mouth, as you flow from one word to the next word, instead of it sounding like it sort of breaks off and connects to the next word, like knit, it'll sound sort of like it's still connected to this word, but it's also connected to this word. Like the S sound is a good example. If I say pass out, pass out, pass out, it kind of sounds like it's attached to both. And this is a very subtle thing. You might be like, what is he talking about? This is how I perceive it. This is how I explain it. It usually helps a lot of people with this explanation. But if it's confusing to you, don't worry about it. But the sound, when you go from an vowel, like if I say power and then up, it doesn't sound like pow rup, right? We have sort of that transition into the position, and then the releasing into the power up. And so you can't really break the two. It sort of sounds like it's a bridge between both words, where the L doesn't have to do that, because the R consonant and the R vowel are the same sound, but the full L is where you bring your tongue up. The half L is just the start of the L in the back. And so it doesn't follow the exact same physical rules or the physical necessity to act the same way, if that makes sense. So I hope that answers your question, Steve. If it does not, let me know, and I will try to explain that differently. But Miguel, that took a second, sorry. Why don't you upload videos on TikTok anymore? Why? Well, I have been meaning to. Okay, good. Answered Steve's question. I have definitely been meaning to. I think about it. I'm not going to go into all the reasons, but one thing is I'm getting really close to monetization on YouTube, and I'm really trying to focus, put my energies there to kind of hit that monetization, because I'm so close. So that's one reason. Another reason, in addition to that, is how should I put it? Let's say things have been a little bit difficult recently, and it's not any big crazy deal that you guys have to worry about. It's just kind of something that sometimes we're up, sometimes we're down. It's not a huge thing, but yeah. So, but I have definitely been thinking about it. I've been wanting to sit down and make more TikTok videos, but it hasn't quite happened. So it is on my mind. Don't worry. I do plan to make more things for TikTok, especially now that we have the YouTube Shorts and I can post them on TikTok and YouTube. That helps a lot. But yeah, for now, I don't know. My main focus right now, I'm preparing to do the next big rhythm lesson, and I'm setting up meetings with some speakers of other languages to record and discuss some sentences with the rhythm, and that's my big project right now. After that, things might be in a better place for me to make start making some more TikTok videos. So I apologize, I haven't been on it, but I do plan to. Yes. But okay, so we have some other questions here. Unknown, nice to see you. Glad you're here. Always a pleasure. I hope you're doing okay. I'm pretty good. Yeah, I'm all right. I have a question. This week I realized that natives don't say the T in water like flap T. I'm hearing something like interesting. I assume SMT is something. I've never seen that contraction. Something like this exists as a term, or okay. My first assumption would be that you're having a perception problem. I know that your listening is pretty good, but we also know that you have the lip reading thing, and I hope you've been working on your ears instead of your lips, your lip reading. But this can be a see, because that sounds strange to me. I can't imagine an American or an English speaker doing that. Like there are some British speakers who they'll actually no wait no never mind, that's for the R, not for the T. Um, there are some British speakers who they roll an R sound, but no, in British English the T would either possibly be stopped or most likely just be a full T depending on the dialect. In American English, so when you say R, do you mean like an English R, like warer, or do you mean like it sounds like a tapped R, like water? Because if it's the second one, then that is true. Remember, in American English, a flap T is a flapped D sound, and a flap D sound is extremely close to what other languages like Spanish use as their tapped R sound. I saw this on a forum. Actually, a native speaker mentioned that. It's very, very interesting, very strange. Is it in American English? Like, I'm gonna need like maybe like the yeah, find it. I don't know if you'll be able to post it, but you can maybe send me something that I can search for. I would need some sort of more information on that because that sounds impossible. Okay, Gabriel, how many hours do you do you need to reach? No, okay, grammar problem. How many hours do you need to reach monetization, or how many hours until, or you can leave out the un part. So how many hours till monetization or till you reach monetization? Anyway, you tried to use two different grammar structures there. It didn't work. According to my analytics, I'll double check, see if it's changed because it's been at the same place for several days now. I'm at about 3.4 thousand hours, so 3,400. I need 4,000. And I know I'm very, very close to 3.5, so we'll just round it and say 3.5. So I need about 500 watch time hours more. And then it'll go into YouTube review, and there shouldn't be any problem. They'll take a look at it, and but I know sometimes, right, they have to manually check it. So it's not like, oh, I reached the 4,000 hours, yay, I'm monetized. So I might have to wait several months, but once I hit that number, I know I'm okay, and I'm not going to wait until I'm officially monetized to, you know, do other things that I plan to do. But like start working on that ear training software. But yeah, 500 watch time hours left, so it's coming. The best thing that you guys can do, right? Do not just randomly replay videos in the background because YouTube tries to look for that. Okay. So don't try to game the system, you know, for me, because it's going to end up hurting me. But what you guys can do is watch to the end of the videos. That helps a lot because it's more watch time. And if you can, share videos. You know, if you have friends who you're like, hey, you know, this might help your English or whatever, send it to them. Now, if they start to watch it and then they immediately close it, right, because they don't know who I am and they're like, I don't care about this guy, that hurts me as well. So I'm not saying, share it for sure. Sharing is definitely better than not sharing it, but try to watch until the end of the video and share the videos, and that will help me get those hours faster. But it's just a matter of time. It's coming. So, and I appreciate all the support. Thank you guys very much. So Steve, Dominion, can I drop the E and just do a Y? Okay, like Dominion, like I did. Even better when in a word there's a it, E, and a vowel after it. We put a small Y in the middle of it. Can I drop the E? You just do the Y plus vowel. Okay, so well, as for the word Dominion itself, yes, it's not Dominion. That, like, I suppose that could be the fully enunciated version, but it sounds a little bit weird. Let me see what the dictionary says here. That was stupid. Dominion. I typed in dictionary.com into the search bar of dictionary.com. Okay, Dominion. Yeah, even according to the dictionary, there's no E. It's not Dominion, it's Dominion. Well, they actually say Dominion with a schwa sound, which is another way to say it. That's fine. But Dominion. Yeah, there's no problem. So I don't know where you're getting this E from. Like maybe you're hearing an E there or something. I don't know, but there's not supposed to be an E there. As for the other part of your question, so if there's a word with an I sound, the second vowel on the chart, or an E sound, the first vowel on the chart, and a vowel after it, we put a small Y in the middle. Okay, so let's see. Like, for example, can you give me an example of a word that follows what you're describing here? Because off the top of my head, I'm probably not going to think of anything. If you don't have anything in mind, I'll try to think of something. But if you have some examples, go ahead and put that into the chat. Unknown. It looks like I lost the link. It was interesting, but yeah, it do be like that sometimes. Yeah, that's very informal, very, very informal and slangy. Just so you know, I'm sure you do, but in case other people don't, yes, very, very informal, which I don't care. But anyway, things. Yeah, so basically then, if you can find that link later, you can maybe send it to me in my email, which is in the about section of my channel, or you bring it up next live stream, whatever. But for now, I'm going to say that that native speaker who mentioned that is either A, not American, or B, has no idea what they're talking about. Because I cannot imagine any English speaker, let alone an American in particular, doing that. So, anyway, it was an in joke with my friends. Okay, no problem. I see. I'm trying to think, but I don't know anyone. Well, no, don't know any. Because I know you're thinking like any one, as in like any one example. But if you say anyone, that means a person. You can do maybe any one, and that technically works. But we would say any, just any, right? I don't know any. Here, hey, it's Dark L. What do you know? I'm gonna rename you to Half L. Gabriel here, changed my name to Dark L, and I put a black L from Death Note on my profile pic. Oh, okay, that L. Good context. Yeah, you should keep the profile pic, but change your name to Half L, and then people will be like, "What is going on?" Okay, well, cool. Re-welcome to the chat, then, I guess. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I can't really see the profile pick very well, but interesting. That's cool. Okay, anyway, back to Steve's question. Let's see if we can think of some examples here. So, okay. So a word where there's an I or an E and a vowel after it. Are you talking about between two words or inside the same word? I assume it's inside the same word. Um, if it's between two words, it's a little bit easier to think of examples. But let's see. Inside the same, yeah, okay. So if we do E, I don't know. Hmm. I can't think of any examples here. Might just be me. See, it's kind of strange because inside of a word, usually if there's an E or an I sound, it's going to be followed by a consonant inside the word. Like I don't think there are many words where we go from E to vowel or I to vowel inside of a word like one syllable after the other. There probably are some. Um, like there's this word. Well, okay, actually, technically this works. The word aeon. Now it starts with a, the diphthong a. So it's actually going to end in I, because the a diphthong ends in I. So definitely don't worry about the spelling here. This is a good example of why you should not trust spelling. But aeon, aeon. Okay, so when we're going from that I, or it kind of sounds like an E, but it's an I. Either way, when you open into that next vowel, we do get a small y between. Okay, so that's true, right? That linking rule, because that's what would happen between words. We get the small y linking rule, as I call it. Um, but your question is, can we drop the E or the I and just go straight into do the Y, the small y linking plus the vowel? Off the top of my head, I'm going to say no, but we're going to explore this. Because the thing that puts the Y there is the I or the E. If you take that away, there's no I or E because it's an incidental transitional sound that we happen to hit in between the two. So if you take away the start point, it's probably not going to happen. In the case of aeon, it definitely wouldn't work because we'd have to remove the second part of the diphthong and do like aeon, aeon, aeon after an aeon, aeon, aeon. I guess that's okay. Aeon, 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 aeon. But I'm not really hitting that Y anymore, right? It's like maybe a very, very, very small Y, very, very light Y, but it's not quite high enough to actually start triggering the Y sound. Like aeon, yeah, 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 yeah. I'm kind of just flowing from vowel to vowel there. So um, in this case with the diphthong, I would say no, for sure. If you try to get rid of that part of it. Um, and since we have other questions, I'll move on. Again, my general answer would just be no, because if you remove the E or the I, it's not going to trigger the Y. So, yeah. Can you pronounce about him and about him? Okay, I want to know if it's easy to mistake than when you. Okay, yeah, good. So this is a good question. So I actually think I talked about this last time. So apostrophe im, for those who don't know, is the short writing of him. The only time we do that is to show the spoken um, reduction where we're dropping the H, or in the case of apostrophe EM, we're dropping the TH, because you can't hear that in writing. And so that's usually used in dialogue for a character who the writer wants the person to read it as a very like kind of more informal sounding. It's not actually more informal sounding in actual speech, but it it gives a certain effect to what you see and interpret in the writing. So don't worry about the apostrophe there. That's just spelling, and it's useful to indicate here where we're sort of reducing it. So apostrophe em is them. Okay. Now, in terms of the actual sounds, so about and them. Now, them can reduce to possibly m, where we have the third vowel plus m. It can reduce to im, which is the second vowel, like it, plus m. Or it can reduce to a schwa plus m. So we get okay. Him can reduce to im, where we just drop the h. That will happen very, very frequently, especially if there's a connection. Or wait, let's see. Get him, get him, get him. See, can we do the schwa? I don't think so. Yeah, I'll get him. I'll get him. Yeah, yeah. Potentially, you can also reduce him to Him is probably most commonly going to reduce to im without any other reduction. We just drop the h. But it is possible. I can think of cases where it might turn into a schwa sound. So what this tells us is that them and him can potentially sound exactly the same, right? If I say get him, wait, hold on. Get him, get him, get him. Actually, no, hold on. Get him. Correction. So them does not reduce to im. It can reduce to m, get him, get him, get him. Or a schwa, get him, get him, get him. So no im on that. Okay, so im is just for him, but can be for both. Okay, so if I say get him, if I say get him, about him, okay, about him is going to be him, about him. If I say about him, that could be them or that could be him. Okay, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I confused myself there for a second. Because I remember one of them had two and one of them had three. But anyway, see, we don't consciously think about these; they just kind of come out. So, yeah, but they definitely can both use the schwa sound. And then the way that you know is from context. That's why. So if I don't know, if say we're talking about cars, right? And I say, oh, I love them. I love them. Love them. Okay, I'm using that schwa sound, which is them, love them. Obviously, it's cars. It's plural, right? It's not him. And because him refers to an individual person and them refers to a group of whatever, the context will always be very clear there. So that's also why, by the way, if I say it's done, it is done, right? It's apostrophe s, it's done. Or if I say it's tall, or if I say it's been done, that means it has been done. We can use these, or if I say I'd go, I would go. That's apostrophe d would, or I'd been there. That's I had been there, apostrophe d. The reason we can use these same contractions, which it's not reductions or contractions, similar type of idea, but the reason why we can use the same contraction for two different grammar structures is because the rest of the grammar makes it unconfusing, right? If I say I'd go, then it has to be I would go, right? We don't contract could or should or whatever. It's only for would. And then I'd been gone, that can only be I had been gone. There's only one option reserved there. So the been tells us it's had, where go tells us it's would, right? So there's no confusion because of the context. In this case, the grammar context. Okay, Rodrigo, hello. I have a question. I heard the sentence "pass me the ball," and I think the word "the" was pronounced with a flap D plus schwa. Interesting. How common is that pronunciation of the word "the"? So, pass me the ball. Yeah, that is one pronunciation of the word "the," or I should say, of the th sound. Pass me the ball. Pass me the ball. So, oh, there's so much under the surface here. I hope I don't confuse you guys. I don't want to take forever on this point because there's a lot of background, but I think it's actually really useful and important. And hi, Shun Shun, I see you there. Sorry. I know you haven't written a question yet, but you said hi, so I want to acknowledge that you said hi. So I've talked about, so first for the TH, right? There's two pronunciations for the TH sound, and both are perfectly fine. Neither is informal. They're both very normal possible pronunciations. One is a nice clear the, right? The, which could be kind of light depending. If we say the, it might not be perfectly clear, but that's a normal TH sound. It's just not fully enunciated. Then there's the dental D or dental T, depending on if the TH is supposed to be voiced or not. The, t, okay? Because English does not have dental T's or D's, and so that's where you do a T or a D from here instead of up here, like we do in English. T, d, t, d, okay? Like Spanish, for example. Now, most native speakers, as I've told you guys before, and as you know, most of you probably already know, most native speakers are not consciously aware that they say the and the. Okay, so if I say pass me the ball, the with a dental D, that is perfectly fine. There's no problem with it. It's very common. I do it all the time myself. And most people don't even realize it. I never realized it until one of you guys pointed it out, and I was like, "Oh, yeah, actually." um, now, if you use a D, a regular D, not a dental T or D on the teeth here, flat on the teeth, that is something that does not exist in English, and so it is a variation of the TH sound that is acceptable that we don't even really notice. Okay, we don't notice it as a T or D sound, we notice it as a TH sound. Okay, that's how the brain interprets it for a native speaker. If you do a regular D for the TH, or in this case, you're asking about a flapped D for the TH sound, any type of normal recognized D in English does not work for the standard language, which would be General American, what I call non-Western General American, and for Western American, which is underneath General American. It's part of the same thing, and that's pretty much what I speak and what I teach. Now, that pronunciation where you change the TH for a normal English D or possibly a flapped D with speed, that is a much more informal sounding pronunciation that you will hear more commonly from rappers and hip hop artists and certain within certain dialects of American English, like maybe possibly in the South. Certain populations might use that. But for the normal standard English that does not sound informal, you cannot do that. Okay, you cannot do that. It will sound to the average speaker who doesn't do that, it's going to sound kind of uneducated or at the very least extremely informal. Like pass me the ball, pass me the ball. I mean, I'm not judging it. I don't care. You know, there's no right way to speak, but you guys need to be aware of how it's going to be perceived by, the average American speaker. And then you can, do whatever you want. But I would recommend if you're trying to sound like an average native that you hear on TV or in a movie or whatever, don't do that. How common is it? Some speakers do it, but again, it has a certain sound to it. Sounds informal. Okay. So hopefully that answers your question there. Steve, toy, kid, joke, interchangeable. I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. Yeah, because these these words are a bit different. You're welcome, Rodrigo. These words are a bit different. Like a toy is a toy, a kid is a kid, a joke is a joke. The joke is a joke, not a joke. These are completely different things. But there's a specific use of the word toy, the word kid, and the word joke. That yes, they are interchangeable. Actually, toy is actually toy is similar. Yeah, toy is it plays on the same idea, but it has a little extra to it, so it's not quite interchangeable. To kid, to joke, to play or play around, to mess with, which actually, I guess, mess with is kind of closer to toy. Or even to Josh. Yes, my name can be a verb to Josh. I don't know why. So if you say I'm just kidding, I'm just joking, I'm just joshing, I'm just playing or playing around, this means it's a joke. I'm maybe trying to like I'm making fun of you, but I'm not being serious. I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm saying like, oh, I'm just playing around. It's not a big deal. It's a joke. Okay, relax. Toy and mess with, which is a slightly different way to say it. If you toy with someone, that is based on the same idea where like you're not necessarily being serious, but that sounds closer to like manipulation. Like you're not being sincere. You're not being serious. Like you're telling them information or trying to get them to do things that you want them to do, but there's some sort of hidden agenda behind it. So you're trying to use that person, and it depends on the exact context. But yeah, toy is not innocent. Joke, kid, these are more innocent. Like, oh, okay, it's just a game. It's a joke. It's not a big deal. Relax. But to toy with someone is a negative thing. Yes. Or you might hear to toy with someone's emotions. Um, so if you have a manipulative girlfriend, manipulative boyfriend, they might, toy with your emotions, meaning, you know, make you feel certain ways so that you'll do certain things, but then, you know, they always give you the short end of the stick, we would say, and they're just kind of using you for whatever it is. Um, Also, you can toy with an idea. Yes, that's another use of toy. That is different. That's a different use. So yeah, these words have different meanings. Um, but I would put toy into a slightly different group than kid and joke. Okay, the dark L. Oh, sorry, dark L. I see dark L. I want to think dark L half L. You're messing with me now. See now you're toying with me, right? Like not intentionally. This is sort of an in between gray zone, but this is a good example. And I'm joking when I say you're toying with me because I know you're not trying to confuse me, so that's why I'm joking. But I don't know. I hope that's not confusing. All verbs that end with ed will never be an irregular verb. All verbs that end with ed will never be an irregular verb. You mean like in the past tense? Um, so to put that another way, like if the past tense of the verb ends in ed, that means it's regular. That would be a different way to phrase the question. I think if that's the right question. Uh, Generally, yes. But it depends. Remember, we have what is commonly taught as like the three forms of the verb. There's well, we have to bring in the fourth form too. So there's the right. So if we say like to what's a regular verb? Um, I can't think of a regular verb. All the ones I think, most of the really really common verbs, like top 50, are irregular. Work. Okay, let's say work. So to work. We have like, okay, I work as present tense, right? I worked as past tense. We have I'm working, the ing form, which we can ignore because that's not part of this. And then we have I have worked. So that past participle, um, which can be used in various ways, but very commonly is used to help form the perfect tenses. Um, for this particular verb, that ed ending could be the simple past, or it could also be the what we call the past participle, like I have worked. There usually, if a verb does that in the past, in the simple past, it will also do that for the past participle. So it's like work, worked, worked, right? There are some verbs where maybe it uses the ed ending for the simple past, but it doesn't use the ed ending for the past participle. So it'd be I have and then a different ending. And then there are some verbs where it doesn't change at all, like fit, right? So it's to fit is a verb. I fit, present tense. I fit, past tense, and I have fit. Okay. Uh, so I can't say that just because there's an ed ending in the past that it will always be considered a regular verb, because that third form, the past participle, might not follow that pattern, but it probably will. So generally speaking, I guess we could say yes, it would be a regular verb if it ends in ed. That's what we consider a regular verb. It follows the ed pattern. So good. Unknown. I heard a native say grinded, this week. I know that's a mistake, but are misusages of irregular verbs common in everyday speech? I also saw a forum where natives would complain about how people around them would say things like "I seen" and how it's getting worse by day. Um, yeah, so this is also a very good question. Yeah, see, the internet makes everything so accessible. These are things that normally you would have to like come to the country that speaks the language and notice it in like some speakers around you. But now you can find stuff like this all over the internet because people are complaining about it or people are using language like that in writing and speech and in all sorts of places. So first, I want to say that sometimes when people complain about things like this, actually, most of the time, I would say when people complain about things like this, they're simply being what a lot of people call grammar Nazis. Um, and I don't like that term because a Nazi is not a good thing, but it gives this idea of like, they're super, super strict about grammar. And if anybody, especially another native speaker, uses improper grammar in any way, even if it's considered normal and acceptable, like putting a preposition at the end of a sentence, technically that's not correct according to traditional strict grammar. Um, then they will basically tell you you're wrong, and they'll blah blah blah. They try to teach you your own language, and that's why we call them grammar Nazis. It's like they'll come for you, to fix your language. They're like grammar police, basically. And most of the time, I don't like doing that, even if I personally find something annoying. Like I seen, that's annoying to me. Um, And I know why that's happening, by the way. I can explain that for this particular point if you want. But um, just because I personally don't speak that way, and just because I personally think that it sounds kind of annoying or whatever, doesn't mean that I have a right to say that person, if they're a native speaker. If they're not a native speaker, I mean, you can choose to speak however you want, right? You should be aware of how you sound if you choose to speak in more informal ways and stuff, of course. But if you're a native speaker and you speak a certain way, I have no right to judge you and say you're wrong. Okay. I don't care if you're from the South, if you're from wherever, however you speak is however you speak, and that's fine. Right? Are you able to communicate with me? Okay, then we're good. Um, so that's my point on it. I want to make that point there really quick because you will find people like that on the internet where they're going to say this is wrong, and they might technically be correct, but it might actually be a way that most people speak. I seen is not a way that most people speak. So that is one point where it's not a standard thing, but sometimes like not putting prepositions at the end, you'll hear people complaining about that when it's a perfectly normal in fact, most common usage of the language and should be considered grammatically correct at this point anyway. But um, to the other part of your question, so you said you heard a native say grinded. And that is a mistake. It's supposed to be ground, the past tense, or that past participle also is it's to grind. So I grind, I ground, and I have ground. Um, are misusages of irregular verbs common in everyday speech? Yes, 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 absolutely. In fact, there are a few that I'm not even completely sure about, and I have to look up. For example, swim. Okay, I'm going to give you a little secret here. So, for example, the verb to swim. Now, I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, it's supposed to be I swim, present tense, I swam, past tense, and I have swum for that third form, the past participle. And I'm going to double check that really quick because there's a couple verbs like swim and drink, drink, drank, drunk. That, yes, okay, so according to the dictionary, swim, swam, swum. Let's do drink, drink, drank, drunk. Okay, now even in the dictionary, it says right here that the non-standard simple past, instead of I drank a bottle of water, I drunk a bottle of water. You will hear that. Drunk is supposed to be the third form, right? Like I have drunk, but you'll also hear people say I have drank, I have drinking, I have drunken, okay? Because that en ending is actually pretty common in the third form. I have, and then something in. Um, and so there's actually like 5 different ways to do the third form, the past participle of drink. Some of them are incorrect. One of them is technically only correct. I actually, when it comes to the verb drink, I will use all of them. Okay, even though I'm an English teacher, because this is actually something that is changing. Okay, when you get things like swim, swam, swum. So swum to me sounds odd. It's correct. I have swum, a mile. Okay. It sounds odd. It's like I know it's correct. It kind of sounds correct, but it doesn't feel right to say it. I'm much more comfortable saying I have swam, even though that's wrong. And in English, whether it's a particular form of a word or like we talked about before with like there is versus there are, like using there is with plural, there's many people. There are always things in a language, especially English, that are in transition. There are grammatical elements that are currently, right now as we speak, in transition, and 50 years from now are going to be, either finishing that transition or starting a transition. It's like something else that's changing. And these things happen very, very slowly. So we happen to be alive right now in a time when swim and drink are undergoing a transition in the third form, and drink in the simple past as well. To me, when I hear an irregular verb that is changed into the ed ending, it sounds really annoying to me. And I know it also sounds really annoying to a lot of other speakers. That is something that may also be changing. If it is, it's probably just starting to change. And the reason why this is happening is because most verbs end in ed for the simple past, right? Because most verbs are regular. But what we're starting to see little by little over time, right? In the past, English was had what's the word I'm thinking of? Inflective. Yeah, I can't. I think the word is inflective. Anyway, like Spanish, right? Where if you say I eat como, you eat comes, right? English used to work that way, right? And English doesn't, because over the last 500 years or so, we've gone from having multiple forms of the same verb per person into just having that third person s, right, in the present tense. I eat, you eat, he eats, right? Just that little s remains in the present tense. I ate, you ate, he ate. It's all the same. So verbs in English for the last 500 to 1,000 years have slowly been making this transition to perfect uniformity, where, maybe in another 200 years, all irregular verbs will be regular and they'll end with ed. At least that's the direction we're going. I don't know if we'll ever get there, but that's the trend, the historical trend that I've noticed. So since we're alive today, I would generally recommend that you don't do things like that, especially where you break grammar really bad, like I seen. It's supposed to be I have seen or I saw, depending, because that will sound very informal. But remember, what sounds informal today, in 100 years, might sound completely standard. But you're not alive in 100 years, you're alive today. So just keep that in mind. Steve, would you read dat and dis with dental D or normal D? Well, as I just did very naturally, I did it with a normal D, dat and dis. Because if you spell it that way, the intention of the writer is to have it be pronounced with a normal D, which is the very informal, incorrect way to pronounce it. Is it possible to pronounce mild with the J? I think you mean with the Y sound, the Y sound? Because, yeah. See, this confuses me too, because if you're using the IPA symbol, you should put like the slashes. I try to do that too. Sometimes I forget, so it's okay. But in English, this would be the Y sound. If I see the letter J, I'm going to think the J sound, like J. So definitely no J, but is there a Y like in my old? So when you say my old, okay, there is a little bit of a Y. There's a small Y connector. My old. That's fine. My old. Technically, there's a way around it. We don't have to worry about that. That's a lazy way to speak. But with the word mild, okay, this is actually a very good question, because this is further proof and further evidence of why I say that the dark L is a vowel sound. It's the half L vowel sound, right? I call it half L because you're not bringing the tongue up, you're just using the back part, so that's the half, and then I call it a vowel. This is one of the reasons. You can only create the small y if you go from E or I, which includes the end of the diphthongs A, I, and ow, or not ow, oi. So if you go from E or I to another vowel, okay, especially between words, sometimes it will also happen inside of a word, right? In fact, it should normally happen inside of a word. In this case, you can do an L-colored I, okay, because the vowel sound in mild is the diphthong I. And you can L-color that, okay? You want to sort of blend into like a triphthong, okay? So it'll be I'll, mild. If you do that, there's no Y, okay? Because we're not actually getting up high enough into the I. We're starting to pull into the L as we're going into the I ending point for the diphthong. So it's like mile. And you might kind of get a little bit of that I or that Y. But if there's any, it's going to be almost non-existent. However, as I talked about in the L-colored vowel extra practice part 2, instead of L-coloring it, the other way to do it is to link it with a small y. And you can only do this because that dark L, that half L, is a vowel sound. Otherwise, this would be impossible, okay? Because if I do a regular L, like a full L consonant, and I fully enunciate the word, mild, okay, it doesn't even really have much of a chance to hit the Y because the Y is back here. The L is going to close through it, okay? Mild. That's the fully enunciated word. If you do the half L, which we would normally do in this case, if you choose not to L color it, I'll. See, we get up to that I, more or less. It doesn't have to be 100%, but we get up into that I instead of starting to blend into a triphthong. We get up into the I at the end of the diphthong, and then we start pulling into the ul. And so as we leave that it position, now we can hit a bit of that Y, and that small Y linking sound connects over to that L vowel sound. Okay, mild, mild. Of course, with a stop D at the end, mild. Okay. Now you do not want it to be a full Y. Okay, this is the one thing where I would caution, where I would caution you. I was going to caution against, and I was like against what? Even with the linking between words, right? It's not my old. It's not my old. Okay, you notice in my old, it's like I. It's almost like there's a schwa kind of mild. Where with my old, it's an O, my old. So there's a little different there, but um, things. What was I saying? I lost my thought. Yeah, don't do a full strong Y sound. Okay, it's not my old or my old. Okay, it has to be a small Y. That's why I call it a small Y, because you happen to very lightly hit that Y position, but you don't go fully into the Y position on purpose. Okay, never do that. Um, anyway, can the phrasal verb lead on work like toy? Yeah, you can lead somebody on. It's not exactly the same as toy, but it can definitely overlap depending on the context. Lead on is well, that's the phrasal verb version of mislead, which is weird because on doesn't mean miss, but mislead. So you're misleading them. You're directing them in the wrong direction, right? You're pointing them in the wrong direction intentionally. And when you toy with somebody, you are doing that, but it's not 100% the same thing. Again, it depends on the context, but it is very similar. Yeah. Yeah, I'm the same in my native language. Probably talking about the lack of grammar Nazism, or maybe the grammar Nazism. I don't know. Thanks for the explanation. No problem. Okay, I know a song named "Drankin' and Smokin'." Yeah, what about this drinking? Yeah, that is definitely something that is odd. That sounds like sort of again that sort of rap hip hop type uh, accent or dialect. Um, like we'd be drinking and smoking all night long. You know, maybe like a southern accent or like a rap hip hop type accent. Um, Probably, as I said, like we be instead of like we are, for example. So it sounds kind of like that. That's definitely not standard. So it would sound extremely informal and probably just wrong to a lot of people. Okay, Infamous Infinity. Hello. Took me a second to get to you. I apologize again. That's a trend. I tend to get behind. Can you explain how I use the word gotten? I saw it in a list of irregular verbs, but I never saw anyone using it. It's funny because we use that all the time. All the time. How do you use it? If I saw it, I don't remember. I didn't understand the true meaning, not truly meaning, true meaning of the sentence. So, blah. Okay. The basic explanation here is gotten is just the third form of get. Right. So we have the verb to get, and we say I get, got, I have gotten. Okay. So grammatically, and there's a couple other uses for it, but the most basic, probably generally, I want to say probably most common. I guess I would say, I don't know, but most basic for sure would be it's just that third form, that past participle, gotten. Okay, that's all it is. So get, got, gotten. Now there are ways that we can use get that uh, are a little bit special. Like instead of saying I have to go, you can say I got to go, which sounds a little more informal. Um, and if you say like instead of let's say now, okay, we're talking about it like we're changing the tense here, and we say like I have gotten a no, not a because we want to use two. I have gotten to, let's see, I don't think we would ever use it in that case. That's weird. um, yeah, because once we use the present perfect, say I have gotten, there's another meaning of get if we use to. So it get is a mess. It is an absolute nightmare of a mess because we use it in phrasal verbs, we use it in like special grammatical constructions that get has a special meaning. Sometimes it's only in a particular tense it has that meaning, or because like between two tenses it'll, you know, maybe it'll have two meanings in one and just the one meaning in the other. It's a huge mess. It's one of the biggest problems, I'm sure you know. um, so instead of trying to explain all the details there, I'm just going to say the basics is gotten is just the third form of the verb. It's that past participle, I have gotten. So yeah. Compared to get and got, especially in American English, gotten is relatively uncommon, but it's still something we use, I would say, pretty much all the time. You know. So anyway, okay, infamous also. I tried to say mild, but the tip of my tongue touched the top of my mouth in the alveolar position. I guess, am I doing it wrong? Mild, mild. If you're doing that, it sounds like you're bringing the L all the way up. Maybe you're doing the L and then pulling into the half L. I don't know. But if you're probably doing a full light L or a normal L consonant sound, because you shouldn't be going that high. Which that's the fully enunciated way to say it. It's not wrong. It's just not the way that we normally do it. So if you want the way that we normally do it with the actual dark L or half L vowel sound in the back, you don't. If you go that high, you shouldn't be touching anything. Okay, you want to keep it a little bit lower. Steve, is this right? To her, ter, to a ta. Okay. Yes and no. I'll go ahead and let's see. Okay, I'll go ahead and show that. YouTube wanted me to verify that, and we can see why. So I'll come back to that in a second. So with to and her, no. With let's see. With to and no, 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 no. Okay. What you're trying to do is you're trying to contract to and her and to and a, which does not work. We're not going to do a contraction here. A contraction is like a type of reduction, but a reduction is more broad. It's a contraction is just one type of reduction. When we say to and her, you can reduce to ta. I have my keyboard open here. To ta. Okay. And that we will usually do that to ta. Okay. Her. Very, very commonly, especially if there's something that can connect to the vowel, some sort of consonant sound, very commonly the H is just going to disappear and we'll say okay? And fully enunciated, the H should be there. However, it's never actually required, especially if you're speaking really fast. If you're speaking more slowly and you say like, oh, give it to that's going to sound, that's not right. But if you say, give it to her, give it to her, give it to her, give it to her. Okay. You can sort of drop that H if you're speaking quickly, even though there's no connection there. And what you're going to do, you're not going to contract it into ter with a T and an You still have to have that schwa, and then you can flow from the schwa to the ter, ter. So you're just going that's it. So that is possible in fast speech. Okay. Otherwise, you want to have that H there, reduce to her, to her. Okay. With to and right? A reduces to Okay, so same thing. So A, which is the diphthong A. Using here, can reduce to just like to can reduce to ta. Okay. Now, if you try to say ta, well, ta is to reduced down to ta. So if you just say like give it, or let's see, Yeah, okay, give it to a man. Okay, give it to man. The A, there is no A now. Okay, so you're dropping the word A, which we can't do. You're breaking the grammar. Okay. Um, Technically, in that particular sentence, if you use that, if you say man, that sounds like man as in like all of humanity, um, which is a older use of man that is not politically correct anymore. But anyway, so what you want here is you can reduce to ta, right? And there's actually a trick here. Also with to her, I'm going to come back to that in a second too. I'll tell you the trick in a second. If you reduce to ta, which we probably will do, and then you reduce a to you're going to get ta, ta. Okay. Now this is one way to do it. Okay, but we need both schwas. And notice I'm not saying one long schwa. That doesn't work. You can't hold vowels. Okay, it doesn't work in English. So you can't say ta, give it to man. No, we need to hear some sort of. It doesn't have to be a solid break, right? You could say give it to a man, to a man. And if you sort of stop it and then push out the second one, that works. Sounds clearer. Um, or you can just kind of sort of like drop the voice and then push it back out without actually breaking it. Ta, 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 ta. So there's a little shift in that the flow. So give it to a man, give it to a man, to, and that's fine. Now, the other option here, again, remember, English is a language with a very dynamic pronunciation, and there are times when more than one rule can apply. Okay, this is a perfect example. There are actually two common and acceptable variations for to her and to a. Okay, we just talked about if we keep to as ta. What happens if we don't reduce to ta? Okay, normally to will reduce to ta, but if there's a vowel after it, it actually makes it a little more likely, not required, but a little more likely that we're not going to reduce to ta, because now we can use to and connect with the small w at the end of to into that vowel. So you can say to her, give it to her, okay, or give it to a man, to a man, okay, and that's actually a little easier to say and it flows. Either one can come out. It could be tur, ta, tour, tua, okay. They're both correct because you can either use the second general rule, vowels flow into vowels, or you can use the, I think that's the second, yeah, the second exception to the four general rules, which is that if a word ends in o, u, or ow, it's close to the w, and so that next vowel can link with a small w sound. So either way is perfectly fine and perfectly common. Either way, whatever comes out is what comes out. Okay, so Steve, just for curious, not quite. I think we talked about that before. So just curious or just out of curiosity. Can you tell me what she said there? So video, probably because there is a word that I don't know. No timestamp because it's short video. You mean like what do the words mean? Because if it's the bitch word, that's just a curse word that you'll have to look up. I'm not sure what the question is. um, if you put a link, then I don't see the link because YouTube doesn't allow you to post links. So if there is a link, I don't see it and I can't check it. You'll have to give me like the title of the video or something. Unknown. I know I'm asking a lot of informal usage questions. That's no problem. It's perfectly fine. That's part of why I'm here. I want to help teach you guys that as well. But recently I'm playing a game called, recently I've been playing. Saying I'm playing is a little bit weird. Recently I'm playing a game called, I guess it works. It depends on how we're thinking about it, but normally it'd be I've been playing. Yeah. A game called Night in the Woods. And this plumber said, anyway, you tell those other kids to lay off. He was one of these 40 plus Southern vibe kind of man. Is use ever used in daily speech and or in what circumstances would one use it? Okay, good question. Yeah. So use that actually I've encountered more from like a northern or even northeastern type of dialect. Um, I suppose maybe in the South. You also hear this a bit more in like say like 50s films, like really old black and white films and stuff. There's some people who use that as well, especially like those detective, like those classic detective ones where it's like like the I don't know the alcoholic detective or whatever, and like noir type genre. It's like use guys better be careful, whatever it is. Uh, this is not a standard thing. It just means you, right? And it's for the plural, so it's often followed by guys. Use guys. Um, uh, Using it as a singular, I've never heard it that way. Maybe it's also used that way by speakers who use it. I don't know, but um, yeah, it's not a normal thing. It's not even an informal thing in standard normal English. It's a dialectical thing that maybe some people from some places use. Um, so I would completely ignore that. It doesn't matter. Curious, an example for that question that I did about okay, dropping the e. Oh, I see. Oh, okay, so so that was the video name. Yeah, okay, because I misinterpreted that as my phone. Okay. Uh okay, curious is an example. Okay, so there's so many things happening. No problem. I am going to check your video then, really quick because that's now in the past. So I don't want to type this into YouTube. It's going to give me weird suggestions. Let's see. Short video, 7 seconds. Is it an anime clip? From Mirai Nikki? Because that's a lot of the things that are popping up. Um, yeah, okay. I actually watched that anime. I've heard a lot about it. I've always been meaning to watch it. Okay, so what so you're asking what she says. Can you tell me what okay, what she has said there? That sounds very strange. Just what she said or says is fine. But uh, so you want to know what she says? Let's see. Double check. Yeah, make sure the name was right. So she said, "Damn it, Yuki! Why do you have to always interfere?" Um, yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, damn it, Yuki! Why do you always have to interfere? Um, there's a number of very interesting connection rules and things that are happening in that sentence. So that's an interesting example. But yeah, that's what she's saying. Lady always have to interview. There's a couple different ways to write it. I just wrote it that way. Don't worry about it. So there you go. That answers that question. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so curious. So you're talking about with the dropping the e and a and replacing it with the link y. So okay, curious. So there is an e there. Curious or curious. Some people make it a schwa. I usually make it into the second vowel. Curious, which is fine because we still get that y there, small y. Curious, curious. So can we say curious, curious, or curious, 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 curious? Yes and no. I'm gonna say that there's two ways to look at this. Um, And I think they're both valid. I think they're both valid. I wouldn't explain it this way personally, um, because it's supposed to be ius, curious, curious. But if we're speaking fast enough, it's not that we drop the e. It's that as we're going from the through to the e and then hitting that y and going into the next vowel, when we're speaking fast enough, it kind of seems like the E disappears and we're just going into the Y because the Y is already very close to the E anyway. And so you could look at it as yes, the E is disappearing and we're just keeping the Y. And it's a valid way to look at it. I think you could say that, but I wouldn't put it that way personally. I wouldn't explain it that way. Um, so yeah, if you like looking at it better that way, then that's fine. There's no problem. I think it's really an illusion of the speed, where it sounds like the E is disappearing, but it's technically not. So in this word, at least, it, you can look at it that way. But I would say no, according to how I would describe it. Okay, Daniel. I don't know. Daniel Entertainment. I don't know what's in the middle there. Interesting. Interesting username. So yes, hello, welcome to the chat. I don't think I've seen you here before. Sorry, it took a second to get to your question here. When you say is your th sounding like a stop? Interesting question. So no, the th will never be a stop because the th is not a stop sound. Only the stop sounds stop, right? That's t, d, p, b, k, g. Okay, those are the only sounds that stop. The only other time you're going to hear a sort of like a stop or a glottal type sound is if you have a vowel with nothing before it, like no sound at all before it. Like if I say an apple, that all vowels start from glottals in English if there's absolutely no sound before them. So when we say is and there's no stop, because that wouldn't make any sense. But what we can do and what we do commonly do is, right, in the word is, it's spelled with an S, but it's a Z sound. And then we have the voiced TH in the. And what we will commonly do is let the Z sort of take over that TH. And we'll say is, 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 is. Okay. Now, in order to avoid confusion with is the and or is a, which reduces to we might go from the Z and start pushing the tongue a little bit far forward, to get a little bit of that TH. Is it still sounds mostly like a Z, but we're just sort of shifting the tongue a little bit, and that makes it sound a bit more like that TH is actually there. And so we might sometimes do that. That's a detail I forgot to mention before, but we very commonly just let the Z take over the TH. Yeah. Okay. Infamous. I dropped the TH in cases like that. It's more easy to say. Yeah, pretty much. You could just drop it. So if I say like, "Is the food ready?" Is the food ready? Is the food ready? Especially in really fast speech, it's not going to be confused with a or anything. It's okay. If, however, you slow down, right? Some of these sort of linking or blending rules, or like where we're dropping sounds. Actually, I'm going to say pretty much any time that we drop sounds. As a general rule, it's going to be in faster speech. That doesn't mean it has to be super fast, but it's going to be towards faster speech. The more that you enunciate and or slow down, the less likely you're going to drop sounds. And if you do drop sounds while you're enunciating, obviously you're going to break things, because the purpose of enunciation is to say things super clearly, right? And we use enunciation not as a normal way of speaking, but as a tool when we need to speak more clearly, right? To emphasize a certain word or something. So if you say, is the food ready? That sounds weird. Okay, so you don't want to do that. Again, this is why I say English pronunciation is very dynamic. Okay, there's lots of things that can potentially happen, maybe more than one rule that can potentially apply at the same time. But sometimes the speed is a big factor of what makes something possible. Okay, so always keep that in mind as well. Infamous infinity is the to is basically yes. Yeah, with the schwa. Misspelling of schwa, but that's okay. It looks better that way, actually, schwa. It looks like a more phonetic spelling of schwa. I like that. And then a retracted message, that's okay. Steve, I didn't know. Oh, yeah, we were talking about the other thing. Okay, good. Moving on. Okay, Wander Espinal Castillo. That's so weird because the first word is wander. Anyway, welcome to the chat. Glad to have you here. I hope you're still here. It took me a second to get here, but in this phrase, plain for you is for pronounced in its weak form or in its strong form. This is an excellent question. And I think it points to a very big misconception or misunderstanding that a lot of English learners get because of the way that English is normally taught, especially the pronunciation. And again, this is why I talk about there's the range, right? The sort of clear enunciation to faster, lazier speech. And I've talked a bit about that with sounds. I'm going to be talking more about it with sounds, but it also applies to words, okay? The word for, is a little special because words with OR that are pronounced or, right? If they're supposed to be pronounced or, because sometimes OR is just the spelling, but if they're actually pronounced or, if they're unstressed, they're usually pronounced The full pronunciation, the full enunciated pronunciation is or, but if it's unstressed, it's usually reduced to okay? So if you stress it for some reason, like this or that, then you can say the O, but I could say this or that. That's the more common way to say it. So that's part of the dynamic thing in the range, right? How clear am I enunciating? Am I emphasizing? And there's, it's a very dynamic thing. The word for is a little special because I always feel I have to mention this just so people know. If you try to reduce for to fur at the end of the sentence, it's going to sound highly uneducated. I don't know why, but it does. It sounds very, very uneducated. It's a special case. But if it's anywhere else in the sentence, if I say for what or it's for you, fur is going to be the most common way to say it. Now, does that mean that you can't say for? No, you can say for. Okay, even if you're not stressing it, it could come out that way because the full enunciated word is always possible. It's just less likely if you don't have a reason to emphasize or if you're speaking more slowly, it's probably going to come out as for. If you're speaking normally or more quickly, then it's much more likely to be reduced to fur. But it doesn't have to be. Okay, it's kind of what comes out. So a lot of these rules are very flexible, depends on the context, depends on many variables. I know it sounds complicated, and it kind of is, but it's not as complicated as it sounds. It's just a lot to explain. To your question here, plain for you. Okay, so if for whatever reason, no, I just said for whatever reason. If for whatever reason, you want to emphasize, like, oh no, I'm playing for you. Okay, and you don't have to say it there. You say for you. That's fine because it's you that I'm pointing at. But I could say, no, I'm playing for you. Okay, so I really like sort of emphasizing the whole phrase, playing for you. You could say for. That's fine. But it's definitely not required. And most likely, there's probably a 90% or higher chance that for in this phrase, just like in any other phrase, is going to be pronounced as fur. Okay. But again, when you guys are thinking about these English rules, not all rules, okay, because there's a reason why they're called rules, but a lot of these things that are taught as rules Sometimes there's more than one rule that can apply. Um, and different details. I don't want you to think of them necessarily as rules. I want you to think of them as things that are likely to happen. Because you're going to hear some cases where for is pronounced as for, even though it's not emphasized. It just comes out that way because that's the full pronunciation of the word. It's possible. That doesn't mean that in that particular phrase that it has to be for. It just means that it came out that way. Okay, this is how I want you to think about it because this is how English is actually spoken. Um, and I see you're using terms like weak form and strong form. So I assume that can only mean what I was just talking about, where there's the reduced from for, which would be strong, to fur, which would be weak. I've never seen it described in those terms. If those terms work for you, fantastic. Continue to use them. I would never use those forms or that terminology, like weak form, strong form, to describe this type of thing because, well, it seems kind of strange to me, but I also think that can possibly be misleading. Like, there's nothing strong about for unless maybe you're emphasizing. But I could just say for without emphasizing, very unlikely, but possible. And it's not strong. It's just I'm saying the full pronunciation of the word. It's so anyway. Um, why is Colonel pronounced like that? Yeah, why is Colonel pronounced like that? So it's spelled like colonel, okay? And this is a word, I'm pretty sure it came directly from French because I know the Spanish word is colonel or coronel. I think it's coronel. I think there's like an R. The first L is an R in Spanish. I'm not sure. Anyway, it's basically pronounced the way it looks in Spanish, which looks similar to the English. If I do, let's see here, Colonel should tell me where it's from. Italian from Latin, Middle French. Okay, so yeah, so it came from Middle French, which came from Italian, which came from Latin. So yes, in French, I mean, I don't know enough about French yet to say for sure exactly how it would be pronounced, but if we just took we did for a lot of French words, we just took the same spelling and everything, which is why if you read French and you read English, you're going to see a lot of words that are spelled exactly the same, but they're pronounced completely different. um, because we adopted a lot of the spelling patterns. That's one reason why English spelling is so messed up, by the way. But um, blame France. No, no offense, France. um, so it should be like colonel or maybe colonel or something like that. I don't know. But for whatever reason, we don't say it that way. We say colonel, right? So there's another word, this word, which is pronounced exactly the same as this word. Exactly the same pronunciation, colonel. Okay. Another reason, yet again, to not trust the spelling. Trust your ears. Okay. Focus on your ears. Um, Now, another question on the flip side is how do you remember how to spell those things? Well, first you start with your ears, right? You learn the ear how it sounds, or you learn the word how it sounds, right? And then you say, okay, well, for this particular word, obviously it doesn't match. So the way I do it in my brain is I'm like, okay, there's an L in the middle, but it's pronounced with an R, which is very strange. And then that O, the second O is silent. It's null. And so it's my brain just kind of compensates and it says, okay, this OLO is just going to be and I sort of like, for this particular word, I attach to like OLO. And I do it not very consciously. It's kind of like an indirect thing that happens in my brain, but that's how I remember how to spell it. So yeah, sometimes you have to use little tricks like that. And yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Steve, can you talk about when it's possible to drop the object? And that's okay. Drop when it's obvious or in cases like I think I like it. Okay, so if you're dropping I, that's the subject, not the object. So I think you mean subject. Um, So I'll let you verify that really quick, just to make sure. Because dropping the object, I mean, that's a different question. It's a completely different question. Okay. Also, Steve, do you like the American dub in movies, anime? No, no. I hate dubbed anime. I don't care if it's American or British or whatever. I don't care who the voice actors are. There are some voice actors that are really good, right? And I grew up watching Pokemon and Dragon Ball Z in English, right? I've seen a lot of anime in English, but I prefer Japanese with subtitles. It's just my preference. It flows better. It sounds better. I like the sound of Japanese as I'm watching anime. It fits better, especially if I've seen the anime before and then I watch it like somebody else is watching it. My roommate's watching it in English or something. I'm just like, um, and a lot of the times the English voice actors just don't. They don't seem to match the character as well as the Japanese voice actors. And so in my head, I'm just hearing this like conflict where it's like, that's not his voice or that's not her voice. But sometimes they do really good with the English voice actor choices, like who's doing the voice. But as a general rule, no, I prefer to watch the like if I didn't have a choice, there's just American dub or nothing. I would choose the American dub. I love anime, but if I have a choice, I'm going to choose the Japanese with subtitles, or even possibly Spanish. I've watched some anime dubbed in Spanish, and at the time I was using English subtitles, but um, that was in my early days of Spanish, just because I was trying to find stuff to watch. Did you do okay? What is the antonym of to push back in the context of your short video? Looked it up but couldn't find a conclusive answer. So the antonym, the opposite. Okay, well, for those who don't know, so I posted a video earlier because the live stream was supposed to be at 3:30 my time, and uh, due to various events of the day, I had to push it back by an hour. I had to push it back from 3:30 to 4:30. And so that means that I'm, it's actually I'm pushing it forward in time. So it's why back? That seems kind of weird. There's a reason for it, but it's difficult to describe. Don't worry about that right now. But when you push back something that is scheduled, you're pushing it to a different back where the present moment is now, so it's like forward. That's how we perceive it in English. Okay, so whatever is now is more forward, right? It's closer to us. So I pushed it back an hour. Now, what is the antonym? Rodrigo is asking. So the opposite of to push back. Well, we know to push back means to put at a later time or a later date or whatever. So to move up. There's actually probably a few different things that we can say here for both ways. I can push the live stream back. I can move the live stream back an hour. That we might use move there. It's less common, but it's possible. But yeah, move up, move forward, move the live stream up an hour, move the live stream forward an hour. Both of those would be very common antonyms for pushback. We wouldn't use pull here, like I'm going to pull the live stream up an hour. Like it does work, but that's not a standard phrase. So one thing that we have to know about phrasal verbs, whether it's the preposition or the verb, it's the actual like verb part itself. The opposite of a phrasal verb is not always the exact opposite of the pieces, right? So the opposite of push is pull, but the opposite of push back is not pull forward. Unless we're talking about physically, like I can push something back or I can pull something forward, then they're opposites. But I would say that those are not phrasal verbs because a phrasal verb, by my definition, not by the internet's definition, is a combination of a verb and a preposition that creates a new meaning. Okay, if we don't get a new meaning, it's not a phrasal verb according to my definition. So if I push back, it's literally push plus in the direction back, and not back according to me in this case. It's back from where the thing is. I'm pushing it back, and then pull forward, pull towards me. Okay, so I wouldn't consider those phrasal verbs. It's just push or pull in a particular direction. But if it's a phrasal verb, very often the opposite does not match what you would think the individual pieces would be normally as an opposite. Wander, you're very welcome. Unknown. Also, why is herbal? Well, it is and it isn't. Um, Most Americans, I guess I can't say for sure, but I think most Americans, definitely most Western Americans for sure, if nothing else, don't say the H. Okay, and I'm pretty sure most Americans in general don't say the H. There are some Americans who do. It is part of some dialects. The H pronunciation is the original British pronunciation, and you will hear many British people say herbal, which is super annoying to my ears. Super, super, super annoying. It's okay, it is what it is, but it does annoy me. Um, why? Because things change. Um, things change. Just like, what's the other one I'm thinking of? You know, like pronounced H to silent H word between British and American English. I forget what it is though. But yeah, herb or herbal. That's just how most Americans say it. All right, we know that English has quite Hour. There are quite a few words with that, and this is just another word in American English with a silent H. So there you go. I mean, like I, he, she, they, whatever. Okay, yeah. So yeah, that's subject. See, these grammar terms, they don't matter that much. Um, some of them are useful so that we kind of have a basic understanding. Like, how am I going to talk about verbs? Right? Teach you guys about verbs if you don't know what a verb is. Right? That's sort of a big basic piece of grammar that even if I'm not using traditional teaching methods, which I think are generally not very effective. It's very, very useful to know what a verb is when you're learning a language, right? So some terms like subject and object, they're not as useful. They can be useful, especially if you're trying to ask questions about them. So don't worry too much if you get those confused. You could say like the doer, or like the person doing the action, or the thing doing the action. Um, Obviously subject is a more specific word that you don't have to use all those words, but um, anyway, yeah, the subject is the person or thing that does the action. Think of it as like subjective is in your head, objective is in the world. So the subject is the one doing the action, right? It's like from the inside out, where the object is the thing that the subject does something to, basically. Or does something with, depending on if it's a direct object or indirect object. You definitely don't have to worry about that. But anyway, uh, so your original question was then talk about when it's possible to drop the subject. For example, I think I like it. Yeah, okay. I had to think about that one for a second because I was like, we don't drop I in that phrase. Um, there are going to be some phrases where you hear the dropped subject that it's God, it's such a horrible point. English speakers have a tendency, if the first syllable, especially the first word like I, is unstressed, and especially if it's a grammar word that's unstressed, we have a tendency of partially pronouncing it or not actually pronouncing it, but sort of starting with a little bit of sound, right? So instead of saying like I think I like it, it's not that we're completely dropping it here, like think I like it. It's a little bit weird. You're going to hear a little something before think, like I think I like it. Hmm, hmm, hmm. I'm just making a little bit of noise and then think. I think I like it. I think I like it. Um, so technically, yes, we're dropping it. I'm not actually saying it. Um, but the way that we perceive it is a little bit different than actually dropping it. I guess it's in the same category. I think it's an important point, but we won't worry about that right now. A good example would be So instead of saying, "Are you ready?" Say like you and I are going to go to the movies or something. We're going to go somewhere, and I'm ready. I don't know if you're ready, so I ask, "You ready?" Okay, super common, super common. The basic answer here, because there's a couple different things, but the basic most common answer here of when you can drop the subject, it's actually see that's not dropping the subject though. That's dropping to do or to be as a helping verb. So that's a different type of dropping. We can drop the subject. Oh yeah, I'm actually gonna have to think about that more. I'm gonna have to get back to you on that because that's not something that I've thought a lot about, and so I don't have a ready answer. But it does exist, yeah. See, I went to the dropping of the helping verb be or do, and then I realized that you were talking about the dropping the subject instead. So slightly different thing. But anyway, it's going to sound more informal. Um, what I was explaining about not actually like completely dropping the word, but having like a little sound there in the first place. That's probably what we're going to normally do when we drop the subject. But sometimes if you try to do that, it's just not going to sound good. It's going to be broken. So I'm gonna have to do some research and think about that, and I can give you a better answer instead of trying to figure that out now. So unfortunately, I don't have a solid answer for you right now. Um, okay. Okay, no more questioning weird pronunciations. Yeah. Sometimes I just forget it's just English being English. Yeah. English being English. That's a good way to put it. Dark L. Okay. Do I use pushback only for hours? Can I use it for days, weeks, months? Yeah. Anytime that it's not about the time unit. It's about when something is planned or scheduled. Okay, and then you can push it back to whenever you want. So you can push it back either by a week or an alternative way to say that, push it back to next week. Okay, those are basically the same thing. So there's a couple different ways you can use it with what comes after it, but yeah, push it back to next week, push it back an hour, push it back to next year. When we get out to a year, we tend to probably just say push. Like you could push back, but it's like it's so far back, we kind of just push it to next year. um, like the back is kind of just so obvious at that point; it's way far back. So but yeah, you can use it with any amount of time. It doesn't matter. Um, interesting question. I don't know which question that was. um, but that's okay. Dark L, would the idiom rain check be acceptable in that context? Blah 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 blah. No, because in this particular case, if I push the live stream back an hour, which I assume we're still talking about the same question because you're the one who asked that question. It's such a short time. It's like a temporary rescheduling, right? I'm moving it slightly. So a rain check is like we're gonna have to move this to another time that is not short, not in the short term. Um, so it's not going to be like the same day. It's going to be maybe like next week or in a few days or next month or some other time that in the future. Um, so it could be short, as in like maybe a couple days from now or something like that, but it's not going to be the same day. Um, so if I say, oh, I have to push the live stream back, to Sunday, then I can say, oh, I'm going to have to take a rain check today and push it to Sunday. That does work. That's okay. Um, but rain check is usually used without any specific uh, end point or moving. It's just like we're going to have to move it to some other point. I don't know when. So um, okay, with the idiom, I have my drink here. I keep forgetting about my drink. Okay, in the phrase when new words pop up, should I learn blank? Which one should I use? Learn it or learn them? Makes me confused because I know. Huh. Okay, hold on. Oh, I see what you're asking. Okay. Ah, got it. Got it. Okay. Yeah, the way I was reading that was like, what is going on? But yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay. Um, yeah. So the way you're thinking about it, I get the way you're thinking about it. And it's the reason for your confusion is because you're. Hmm, I don't want to say you're overcomplicating it, but I kind of see like where your perception is coming from. Think about it this way. Okay. Now notice in your it might have been a typo, right? But you said when new words pops. Okay. Words is plural. So you're not going to say pops, you're going to say pop. Okay, that's an important observation here. Again, it could have been a typo. So if you're saying words, you're going to use them. Okay. If you use word, you're going to use it. Okay. So when new words pop up, should I learn them? When a new word pops up, should I learn it? Okay. Now, sometimes in the flow of real speech, you might hear a bit of a mix-up, and that might because that might be because maybe they were thinking about it one way, and then by the time they got to the end of the sentence, it sort of shifted. Sometimes wires get crossed in the brain. It's not supposed to happen. It's that won't commonly happen, but you will sometimes hear people do that. And that could add to your confusion. But it's basically if the word is plural, them replaces a plural word. Okay, that's how English grammar works in general. And there's probably some weird exceptions and some informal things that can happen, but um, them replaces words, it replaces word. Okay, um, so I hope that makes sense. Darko, which one is more natural? Rumor has it or legend has it? Two slightly different things. So both of them are perfectly natural. Rumor has it is something that see a rumor and a legend are two different things. A rumor is just like, oh, this is what people think of rumor as like this is what people are saying, and think of a legend as like some really big thing that people have said for a long time. Okay. And maybe they're still saying it. That's why I say they have said for a long time. Maybe they don't say it anymore, but maybe it's like an old legend that nobody really believes anymore. But they used to say, oh, okay, this is the thing. So legend is going to be something really big that is farther in the past, where rumor is going to be probably something more recent that people are like actively talking about as something that's real, like a real possibility. So they're two different phrases that are using the same structure. Yeah. I saw a video where the YouTuber said me and X's progression. Is it wrong? Oh yeah, I see. Okay. This is a stupid one. So when we're not using the possessive, right? If we use the subject, if we say uh because we have to take a step back and establish something first because we're using a sort of a secondary structure here that's based off of the first problem. So if I'm going to say okay, like say you and myself, and I'm going to refer to both of us as the subjects, right? Instead of saying we, like we're going to the park, I can say, okay, you and I are going to the park. It's supposed to be I, you and I, because I is a subject, right? Now, what you will commonly hear, even from me, because I do this too, this is something that is, I think, in the process of changing. It's kind of like halfway there because to me at least it sounds okay, although it does sound a little bit wrong and it is grammatically incorrect. You're supposed to say you and I, but many people will say you and me. Okay, you'll hear it very, very often. If what I would say with the point where this is now in terms of how it's changing, it's just like saying you and her. It's supposed to be you and she because she is a subject, but most people don't say that anymore. They just say you and her. That's grammatically incorrect, but many people speak that way. It's just a normal way to speak. Um, Me is following that same path. It's just not as far down the timeline of change. So it still sounds a little bit weird. Where me and or like you and her, or you can say me and her. That works as well. It's wrong, but if you say you and her, that doesn't sound wrong, even though it technically is. Anyway, the point is that because we're talking about the subject, you're supposed to use the subject pronoun. Okay, I, you, and I. But many people will say you and me. Now, uh, potentially, you can switch the order. You're supposed to put yourself after the person. That's another part of the grammar. It's you know, I guess politeness or whatever. So you're not supposed to say like I and you. You're supposed to say you and I. You always put yourself second. Here, you're supposed to say, okay, so X, we'll say it's Tom, right? So Tom see, it's weird even for me as a native. Tom's and my progression. Tom's and my progression. I'm not even completely sure if that's grammatically correct, but it sounds perfectly fine. um, it's a weird structure that even natives are kind of like, it's okay. It sounds good to me. But putting me first, that's technically also wrong, right? You're not supposed to say me and Tom's progression. It actually should be my and Tom's progression, not me at all, right? So you can see based off the first thing I described, you and I, you and me, and then now we're here in this part, and instead of saying my, we're saying me, and he's also putting me first instead of second. So this is all kinds of wrong according to the actual grammar. But is it acceptable? Is it a common enough thing that it sounds okay and many people say it that way? Let's see. To me, it sounds a little bit informal, but I think it sounds pretty normal. Um, I would not use it in a very formal context, like maybe if you're at work or something, but I don't really see much wrong with it. Um, yeah. So, anyway, that's my answer. I don't know if it's a satisfactory answer, especially coming from an English teacher, but it sounds good to me. I would probably use it myself. Yeah. So, um, I heard rumor has it just one time, and the other one multiple times. Yes. Wait. Weird. Okay. I think I'd hear the legend one only in fairy tales. It sounds a little bit, or it sounds a little like it came out of a Disney movie. Thank you, no problem. Yeah, I think you missed a word there. It sounds a little like it came out of a Disney movie. Well, a Disney movie would probably be a more common context for legend. Yes. Um, so it's very strange to me that you've heard legend has it more often than rumor has it, because rumor has it, at least in my experience, is much more common. I guess it depends on what you're watching. Like if you're watching a lot of Disney movies, then I guess it makes sense. um, yeah. So, because we're going to use legend for, I mean, it could be anything from like dragons to, I don't know, some serial killer from 100 years ago who still haunts this house, or something like that. Like that's going to be the legend, and you could still technically probably use rumor in that case if people are still kind of like talking about it, but that's going to be more of a legend, because legend also sounds when we're talking about like that type of legend, like a haunting or a dragon or some sort of weird supernatural thing that doesn't sound real. Um, Legend has that sort of feel to it, like, oh, it's this big story, like, oh, it's magical and legendary, right? It's crazy, it's so huge and interesting. Where rumor is just like, oh yeah, somebody said this thing. I don't know if it's true, but that's what they said. Um, so it has that feeling to it. Valdemar, yes, Vladimir, I should say. I'm pretty sure. unless you happen to be using the same name as a person I know. But thank you for joining the chat. Yes. Recently learned. I think he learned. Typo. Recently learned about trina. Yeah, as a contraction of trying to. Yes, in speech, of course, not in writing. Looks weird in writing, maybe informally, but and just noticed you say, oh, well, there you go. See? Perfect. Is it common? Is it okay to use it casually, or it might sound uneducated? Very, very, very good question. Trina is absolutely 100% a normal linking combination. Just like how kinda is kind of, you can actually drop the D there, kinda. I was talking about that a couple weeks ago. That's another way to say kinda is kinda. Um, you could also do the same thing with trina. We might do a little bit of a D on that two, like trying to. I'm trying to, because the T in two is normally T's won't change into D's like that unless there's proper conditions to flap it. But the preposition to is very, very special, and it's susceptible to becoming a D, especially a flap in the right circumstances. So sometimes we'll even say trying to. I'm trying to do it. You'll hear that too. It's a special case. But yeah, it's exactly the same reason why we say gonna, although gonna is a more extreme reduction where we're changing going to into gonna, but it's the same idea. Tryna. Yeah. And notice I'm not even saying tryna. I'm saying tryna. So I'm dropping one of the syllables there. Although you can keep the syllable. I'm trying to do it. It's okay. But we'll probably drop that extra syllable. Satisfactory enough. Very nice. Good. Francesca Robinal. Not sure how to say that. Welcome to the chat. Glad to have you here. What do you recommend to people who are learning English? Well, that's a very, very broad question. It depends on a lot of things. It depends on your goals, which includes how far do you want to go? Do you want to sound like a native? Do you not care about sounding like a native? Do you want to learn faster? Do you want to learn slower? Because there's different ways to do that. The faster you learn, the more stressful it's going to be. The slower you learn, the easier it's going to be, but obviously it's slower. Do you have any fear with speaking? Because if so, that may be a reason to or not to start speaking. Usually it's a reason to start speaking. Do you care about reading and writing, or do you want to focus on that maybe later? Because right now you need speaking and listening, right? There's so many factors. I wrote a whole book literally called How to Learn a Language. And I talk a lot about, figuring out those details and all this stuff. So in general, the short answer that I would give, what do you recommend to people who are learning English? The number one biggest thing that I would recommend to anybody learning any language, regardless of their level, even if they're an advanced speaker, focus on your ears. Okay. Now, not everybody's going to need this, especially if you're already really advanced, but I've had some advanced students who, after focusing on some basic sounds that maybe they couldn't really produce, even though they're already advanced, right? Because they never focused on it. Or maybe they couldn't quite hear the difference between certain sounds. And maybe they did some shadowing, maybe they did some, really paying attention to linking and how people actually speak. Their listening improved quite a lot, even though they're already advanced, and their speaking, how they sound, improved a lot, right? Even though they're already advanced. So this applies to all levels, but especially the lower you are. If you're intermediate or especially a beginner, you want to start with pronunciation. Okay, you don't have to. There's no rule. There's different ways to do it. Different polyglots do different things. The way that I recommend, that I think is generally the best for the average person, you need to start training your ears and preferably also your tongue, at least to some extent, but especially your ears, because there are going to be some sounds when you learn a new language that your brain just is not hearing yet, and you need to direct your consciousness to start hearing those words or those sounds. And then, of course, there's possibly work with rhythm and stress, depending on how different your language is compared to English in that area as well. But that's where that's the number one biggest thing that I would recommend. Okay, spend time shadowing, spend time with sounds, spend time training your ears, minimal pairs. I have videos on that. After that, what I would generally recommend for people, actually at the same time, is do a general grammar overview of English. This is from the perspective of a beginner. You're probably not a beginner, but there might be some holes here that you could fill in. So start with the pronunciation, especially the ear training. Maybe do a general grammar overview, get a feel for the language and how it works. And when you have, probably after, say, a few weeks or so, when maybe you're still not perfect on all the sounds, that's okay, but you have a good idea of what's going on with the sounds of the language and basically kind of how it flows and whatever. And you're getting familiar with how the language sounds, and you're getting kind of familiar with the basic mechanics of the grammar, not trying to memorize it, just kind of saying, oh, okay, so it works this way, it works that way. Then you have two options. You can start speaking a lot, um, which is more stressful but faster, or you can start listening and or reading a lot. You always want to have that listening component. So don't just read, although reading is very useful, but especially at the lower levels, intermediate to beginner to intermediate, you want to have lots of listening. Okay. Um, but those are the two basic paths. There's many different things that you can do to mix and match, and I talked about all that in my book and all this stuff. You're very welcome. Yes, trying to finish up. I know I'm kind of rambling at this point, but and then wherever you are now, it depends on what your needs are. Figure out what your goal is. Okay, where do you want to go? If you say I want to master English, like that doesn't tell us anything. It's good, right? Okay, but what specifically, right? What's the level of speaking? What's the level of listening? What's the level of reading? There's different skills, right? Um, and so you figure out what you want to do in the language, and then you say, okay, what do I need in order to get there? And then if you have questions about that, like you're not sure what's the best thing to do to accomplish this specific mini goal, or that specific medium term goal, or whatever it is, then you can bring those questions back. I can help you with that as well. But we got to know where we're trying to go, okay? Because otherwise, trust me, I made that mistake myself time and time again in many different things. If I always thought it was stupid to it's like, well, I mean, I want to learn, like I want to improve, I want to do this, but it's like I never had a clear idea, and you need that clear idea because otherwise you're just gonna bleh, right? So anyway, back to where we were. Okay, yeah. So infamous. What about I'm gonna change to I'm not. I'm a, is it rude to reduce his weight? Okay, good. So this is a very good question. Now I'm gonna do it. Yeah, I actually never realized that there could be an N in there as well. But that's perfectly possible as well. Yeah. So um, I've never seen it written IMNA, especially not with an apostrophe. The only way I've ever seen it written informally, of course, is IMMA. For those of you who don't know, this is the most extreme reduction slash contraction in the whole English language. It's very informal, and it's I am going to do something. Okay, you cannot use this if it's not a verb. If you say I am going to the park, you can't say I'm a park because that sounds like you're saying I am a park. Okay, it has to be I am going to do something. In writing, this is how we would write it. It's very informal in writing. Do not use it in any situation unless maybe you're texting a friend. Okay, I occasionally use it because I'm lazy and I don't want to write out I'm going to. I'll just write, you could do I am going to, I am gonna, I'm gonna, or I'm a. Okay, so IMMA is a lot faster to write. In speech, which is more important, it will also sound a bit more informal, but it's very, very common and it's pretty standard. Okay. If you are in a very formal situation, like maybe if you're at work or something, um, then you might want to avoid it, maybe. In my experience, it doesn't matter that much. I don't want to say, oh yeah, just use it, because it really depends on where you are. So as a general rule, I would say it's not too informal, but it's supposed to be very informal because it's so extreme. Um, so be careful with it. But if you're talking to a friend, you're talking to, whoever, you can use it. It doesn't matter at all. It's a perfectly fine, normal thing. I use it all the time. Not all the time, as in like I always replace I am going to do something with I'm a do something, but I use it very regularly. Um, so yeah, it's perfectly fine. Give the faster one. You mean like how to learn a language faster? Um, I assume that's just, I'll let you verify that really quick. Sorry, I'm behind. That's what I would change if I was a beginner. I would begin with listening, and after speaking, that's one of the things I struggle with the most, and it would make a huge difference back then. Yeah, well, that's why I tell you guys to start with the pronunciation and especially the ear training, because regardless of if you want to start with an input like listening based approach or an output speaking based approach, which are both perfectly valid and work, right? There are polyglots that you use both paths and they speak, over 10 languages, and everything in between. There's not one perfect best way to learn a language, unfortunately. Um, but if you the pronunciation, especially for your ears, this is the physical mechanical level of perception and production. It's not about the words themselves. It's not about, can you understand the words or produce the words. It's really like your brain's ability to hit the proper position in your mouth and to actually perceive the difference between two sounds. Most people ignore this, or say, oh, it's not that important, or it's too easy, because they don't understand. And this is true in many skills, not just languages. It's true in actually pretty much every skill. It's the number one biggest mistake in any skill that you want to learn, whether that's guitar, programming, a language, whatever it is. The biggest mistake that the average person makes time and time and time again is they ignore this physical, mechanical, foundational, basic level that deals with the physical perception and reproduction of the fundamental units. In the case of language, it's basic sounds and how those sounds form into syllables. And then we start getting stress and all these different things that can happen in the language. Okay. Um, and you don't have to learn that. That's the trick, right? You don't have to learn those things in order to be successful in that skill. In this case, in English, in like speaking and listening to English. But if you ignore that, um, you're making it a lot harder, because you literally can't hear the difference between certain sounds, right? And you don't know that you can't because you don't hear it, right? But you're making the process a lot harder. You're making the process take a lot longer, and you're increasing the chance that you're just going to give up. That's why most people end up giving up, because they don't have this basic level and they get tired of trying and trying and trying, not realizing that they don't have the basic physical things. It's like literally like a baby, like if I took a baby and put them on their feet and then pushed them so that they would run, they would just fall on their face because they literally don't have the physical ability to even stand, let alone run. It's physically impossible for them at that point. Um, and so you go and you try to listen to English or speak English or, play the guitar, and it's really, really difficult because you don't have the basic physical command over the fundamental units of that skill. I'm going to be talking about that a lot more on my second channel that I'm going to be making in the future when I talk about how to learn different skills. But for now, here we are with English. Anyway, it's my little rant. So unknown. Recently, I've decided to learn both American and Australian. Interesting. So both the American and Australian accent. We need the word "the" there, or "the." At the same time, and I've managed to produce the Australian O by shadowing for a week. How dare you? If I'm not effing up my brain on top of all the things already. Yeah, like misspelling already. No. I mean, I can't say. My general advice is to not learn more than one accent at the same time. because it's extremely likely that you're going to end up with a mixed accent. Now, if you're okay with that, then it's fine. It doesn't matter. I mean, you can have a mixed accent if you want. It's not the end of the world. Um, but if you want to be able to sound American and sound Australian, I do not recommend doing them at the same time. Um, that doesn't mean that you have to completely ignore one of them, but you should primarily focus, say, like at least 80 to 90% of your time should be on one of them, and then a little bit on the other. And then as you get really, really good with the one, you can maybe start adding in more of the other. But yes, you are kind of playing with fire there, so I would be careful, but it's up to you. But yeah, I haven't actually shadowed the O, but we were talking about that before. How like the Australian O sounds kind of like it has like an R sound in it, and it's like impossible for me to do. If I shadowed it, really focused on it, I could probably get it. But now I'm kind of jealous because apparently you can do it and I can't. Anyway, is there a really relevant difference between be going to and will? Uh, Many times, no. They're so close most of the time that they're interchangeable, and it really doesn't matter. But there are times when they are quite different. That's what makes these two so difficult. Is sometimes they're going to sound and feel different and have a slightly different meaning, but many times they're going to be interchangeable. Um, and it's kind of like the same problem where like in American English, we tend to like to use the simple past instead of the present perfect when the meaning is so close that it doesn't make much difference. Like I have finished my homework. I finished my homework. It's like if I just did it, you're supposed to say I have finished according to proper, well, British English grammar at least. Um, but most Americans will just say, okay, I finished or I just finished my homework. Okay, we can use the present perfect, but we're probably going to use the simple past because the meaning is so close. And that's one of the harder problems of um, American English. In general, I think for the grammar and for the pronunciation, most things in American English are easier than British English. Of course, I'm biased, but I think generally that's true. But there are cases like this that actually make British English a little easier because they follow more of like the strict traditional grammar rules, where American English is kind of like, who cares? That doesn't mean you could just do whatever you want, of course. um, it's just we don't follow a lot. We don't follow all the traditional, strict separation of certain things like British English does. So, um, Alvaro Aldana. I hope I'm saying that okay. Um, anyway, so this person says when you say the sentence both sides, do you pronounce the TH? Is it reduced? What about with simple? Good question. Very good question. So both sides, both sides, both sides. If you are more clearly enunciating, we do want to hear the TH both sides. Like I support both sides. Okay. However, yes, because this is a voiceless TH and the S is also voiceless, um, it is possible, especially when you're speaking faster, to drop the TH. Both sides. Both sides, both sides, both sides. No problem. Absolutely no problem. As soon as you slow down too much, or if you try to put sort of a separation, like, no, I support both sides. If you try to drop that TH, it's going to start sounding weird. Okay, so it really depends on how you're speaking, but yes, the short answer is yes, you can drop the TH. And then what about with simple? Okay, like we can figure this out with simple math. Okay, with simple math. With simple math. The TH can come out with simple, go from the TH to the S, but it is also possible in that case, yes. This is another sort of connection rule. Just like we have like is the Z from is can kind of take over the voice TH in the, or I don't know, has that happened? This is sort of the opposite, where we're going from a voiceless TH to an S, but because it's the same type of relationship, it is also possible. Yeah. That may not happen in every single combination of TH to S, but probably, yeah. It's a normal thing. I do have to go to the the bathroom really, really quick. So I shall be back in one moment. Oh, like two. All right. So, wow, we're only at 2.5 hours. Okay, so back to where we were. Blah. People retract messages left and right. No need to retract messages. There are no stupid questions. Not a problem. But yeah, you can retract messages if you want. That's fine. Rodrigo, you used there's so many factors. Yes, very good. Which I know is already widely accepted in spoken English. Would there is so many factors without the contraction sound at K2? Fantastic question. Absolutely fantastic question. Um, I want to say yes, but not completely. What I've noticed is that and I was talking about this. I don't know if it was last week. It might have been a couple weeks ago, but um, the perception in English subconsciously, what's happening is we're moving away from there is and there are, right? Because it's supposed to be is and are with there as part of the structure. What's happening in the subconscious mind is there's a shift happening in the mind of a native where theirs is being perceived as like one unit that it's not actually like obviously it is there is, but because it's being perceived as one unit, it's replacing the plural also, right? So there's a lot of people here instead of there are a lot of people here. Super, super common. Now, can I say there is so many factors or there is a lot of people? It doesn't sound as good. It doesn't sound as normal. To me, it doesn't sound horrible. Um, but I would say that it wouldn't be as accepted for sure. Some people will definitely say like, no, that's not right. That probably doesn't sound good, whatever. So, um, I would generally not uncontract it, especially because, as I tried to tell you guys, contractions in English are the norm. They are not something that is informal. They are not an exception. They are the normal, most common thing that we do. If a contraction is possible, it is most likely that we are going to contract, like 95% chance that we're going to contract. In fact, that's so true that sometimes there was a case I noticed the other day, and I don't remember what it was, but there are some cases where if you don't, or yeah, if you don't contract, it actually sounds wrong. um, so that's just another reason why you should just use the contraction. Now, if you say there are so many factors, that's also commonly said, right? That's the proper thing. This is something that like now there's like two ways to say it. You can say there's so many factors or there are so many factors. You can contract in speech, not in writing, but you can contract there are to there are. Also, there are so many factors. So there's actually three ways to do it, with theirs being the special case. But Very good question. Yeah. Um, okay, Darkel, I'm reading your book, The Logic of Preparations. The Logic of Preparations. We're going to war, I guess. I don't know. No, The Logic of Prepositions, yes. And it's you have no idea how many times I had to spell that word in that book. Like it's literally written hundreds of times, and I kept misspelling it because I'm trying to type too fast. And so like towards the end, the I and the T would sort of get like mixed up all the time, and I'm just like, oh, and I had to rewrite it like a million times. But anyway, um, it's been helping me a lot. Good. But sometimes I come across a phrasal verb that I can't assimilate the verb along with the preposition. Assimilate, that's a weird phrase. I know what you mean, though. So I can understand the verb more deeply. But seriously, that book is awesome. I thought it would be hard to read and understand, but I'm really surprised. The book is fire. Yeah. Awesome. Well, good. Very good feedback. Glad to hear that. Yeah, I intentionally wrote the book with English learners in mind. If you read my book about how to learn a language, I wrote that for a native speaking audience because it's just about anybody learning any language. Um, and so you'll probably notice there's a bit of like difference in like the some of the word choices in the language. But I've also been told by a number of professors from when I was in school or whatever that I have a way to take very abstract, complex things and put them into words that the average person can understand. I seem to have a natural ability to do that, which, yay me. That works out very nicely. Um, and so that combined with the fact that I was intentionally trying to avoid certain phrases, I was trying not to drop particular grammar words that we usually drop. Like, I think that he's right. I would always try to say, I think that in that book, so that the lowest possible English level would have a chance of understanding the book. But of course, we're also dealing with very abstract, logical ideas and stuff, and so there's automatically a certain barrier there. So I try to make it as easy to read as possible. So it's really good to hear that. Um, Very very nice. Um, Speaking of the verbs, I've mentioned this before, uh, but for those of you who don't know, at some point in the future, I probably will write a book about it. But after writing that book, I'm just like, oh my god, I don't want to sit through like 7 months of writing a book again. um, but definitely here on YouTube, if nothing else, I do plan on applying the same idea that I did to the prepositions to say the most common 20, like 15 to 20 English verbs, so that you can get like a deep feeling, especially because the reason why those top verbs are most common is because they tend to have the most meanings and applications. And so you can start to feel those verbs. That's going to help you a lot. I'm also going to be doing the same thing with Git in particular. That's going to be a whole separate project. I'm actually starting to work on that with a couple students. But anyway, it's future stuff. So it'll come eventually. I guess it's time to hit the hay now. It helped me a lot as always. You don't disappoint. Yeah, spell. That's okay. Well, if you're still here, unknown, thank you for stopping by, and yes, we will see you hopefully next time. So have a good week. Stay safe, and yeah, awesome. Infamous. Do Americans get confused with there, and there? Not in speaking, but in writing or typing. My keyboard usually changes these words in a sentence. Yes. So there are some things in English spelling, particularly, or even like with certain punctuation, like how do should there be like apostrophe s or no apostrophe s? These are actually common things that many natives have difficulty with. Um, and I blame the education system. because although the United States has really, really good like university education, we have a really, really horrible public education system. Um, really bad. Uh, so that's where I would put the blame mostly. But it is a common problem, yes. There are people like me who have a natural interest in language and sort of a brain for language, and you know, I make some stupid simple mistakes sometimes too. Like even actually, you might catch a typo like that in one of my books because I tried to go and make sure I fixed all those typos. But sometimes when I'm writing and I go back and I reread what I wrote, I used the wrong there, or what's the other one? There's another common thing like that. But oh yeah, your and your, Y-O-U-R and Y-O-U apostrophe R-E, because they sound the same, right? There, and there sound the same. Your and your sound the same. Um, when we're writing, especially if we're writing quickly, sometimes the brain puts out the wrong one, and we don't notice it, and then we go back and we're like, "Oh, I misspelled that." Even me as an English teacher, I make that mistake too. They're just typos for me, but there are quite a few native speakers who they do not know the difference. Like they're not sure which spelling means which one. They just know, in speaking they sound the same. Um, so it's a problem. Um, but yeah, in fact, hold on a second. I was looking at this thing the other day. So honestly, it is what it is. I don't want to judge anybody, but I think it's kind of sad because this I tore the cover off. No, actually, this is the cover. No, yeah, this is the back cover of this book. I tore the cover off for some reason. I don't remember why. But on the back cover, this is just a regular notebook. Okay, you just write stuff in it. Okay. Now, not all notebooks have this, but I noticed this the other day because it was just sitting on my desk like this. And you can see this is for natives. This is sold in the United States. It's just a regular notebook to write in. And on the back here, so okay, they have a multiplication table because a lot of people won't be able to figure this out off the top of their head. In fact, I'm not good at this because I'm not good at math. But for the language, right? So grammar rules. Okay, what's a noun? What's a verb? Like you're supposed to know these things. Like they're supposed to learn these in like elementary school, right? And then talking about, I don't know if this is backwards for you guys, but um, okay, it says some verbs need helpers. It is incorrect to say I be, you be, I ain't, you ain't, I got to, I seen, I done. It is correct to say I am, you are, right, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Again, this is for natives. These are reminders for natives. And partially it's because English is complicated, but it's also partially because America has a horrible education system. So there you go. But anyway, yeah, so if you guys have trouble with that, it's understandable, right? It's not your native language. You can learn these things, of course, but if you have difficulty, it's partially the language. It has some challenges. So there you go. I wish I had 1% of your brain cells. I'm getting dumber as I'm getting older. I think I'm getting dumber as I'm getting older too. I don't know. But well, thank you. I guess that's a compliment. One thing that I realized as a little tangent side note here, one thing that I've realized about my brain is I don't like to put it this way because it sounds really like, oh, I'm special, but I came up with sort of a term for it, and I'm not the only one. I know there's lots of people that do this, but I'm what I like to call a synthesizer. Um, because whether it's between subjects like say music and language, or music and programming, or whatever it is, or it's within a subject, like the logic of prepositions, um, my brain sort of lives in the in-between space, and it connects things that aren't obviously connected. Like I tend to go, my brain naturally tries to go under the surface and see what's actually going on underneath instead of just saying, okay, well, this is this and this is this. It's like, well, how are they actually connected? Are they connected? And my brain really likes to live in that space. So yeah, I guess that's also what makes me really good at being able to take abstract concepts and explain them, you know, simply for the average person, because like metaphors and analogies, like I'm always using those, like in every day. I'm, anytime I need to explain something, my brain immediately tries to create a metaphor to make it easier to understand. um, it's just kind of how my brain works. So yeah, it's useful. I'm not good at specialization. I'm an English teacher. I'm here teaching you English. I mean, I can go pretty deep, but I don't know every single little tiny detail of English grammar. Like I don't think any teacher really does. Maybe, but we're not encyclopedias, right? Like they're weird little exceptions and details that you really don't have to know, even as a teacher. So you but you don't have to be good at specialization. That's the myth of our society. Anyway, that's a different story, different point. So, Alvaro, this kind of sentence, grammar problems or grammatical problems, can I use both indistinctly? Indistinctly, I don't think that's the right word there. You can mean interchangeably. The suffix idical. I see. Yeah. Okay. So, okay, okay, okay. Um, so, well, for grammar problems, grammatical problems, technically there's a difference there, but we'll kind of use it pretty much interchangeably. Like we're not supposed to, but yeah, if I say grammar problems, okay, it's problems with grammar. If I say grammatical problems, problems that are of a grammar nature, because grammatical is like the adjective of grammar. So specifically, there could be a technical difference, but they kind of point to the same thing on the surface, and so you'll hear both being used to mean the same thing. Yeah. Um, is it correct? Probably not. Grammar problems is probably correct, but um, people will use both. It's not a problem. They both sound fine. Uh, the suffix itical, so politic. So politic is not a word in English. Politics with an S, we always have an S at the end. Politics. Now, well, okay, I guess politic is a word, but it has a different meaning than politics. Um, it's obviously rooted in the same thing, but that's used in usually more formal contexts. If you're talking about like elections and presidents and government and all that stuff, it's politics with an S always. Um, and then political is the adjective, right? So political plans, whatever. Musical or musical. So this is the basic shift between noun and adjective. So like music and musical. So if I say I like music, or I don't know, Brazilian Portuguese is very musical. I wouldn't say Brazilian Portuguese is very music. That doesn't work, right? So it depends on what you're talking about usually. So it's not because we have this al ending or something like that, like the itical ending or something like that. Um, these adjectives happen to end in like itical or cull or whatever it is, this sort of al ending type thing to make it an adjective. But that doesn't mean that it's interchangeable with the noun form. If that's the question. In the case of grammar problems and grammatical problems, those are so close that we'll use them interchangeably without much difference. But most of the time, music is not the same as musical. Musical is something that has like a music sound or music nature to it. It's describing something that is like music, kind of basically, um, or political, something related to politics, right? So his political plans. I hope that makes sense. But anyway, okay. This keeps getting lower and lower, and I don't remember drinking it. It's probably not healthy. And now it's gone. Okay. Well, we're at about 2 hours and 40 minutes almost. And we don't have any more questions. I answered all the questions. Finally. Do things on my phone. Okay. Anyway, any more questions or follow-up questions or topics of interest? It's already 7 o'clock here. I don't have to go, but if we're kind of slowing down, I mean, we can. It's only been 2.5 hours. Usually we go for like 4, but we can stop sooner rather than later if nobody has any questions. Yeah. 11 p.m. Yeah. Well, it's a lot later there than it is here. So I think we're. Let me see. I think there was another question. Oh yeah, there was another question from the recent comments that I wanted to bring up quickly as well. So if there still aren't any questions after that, then we'll probably end it. So there's one person who has this long name that I can't pronounce. And it's the same person that was asking about the ST. Um, but this is the placement of the tongue for sh and j. Is it okay to say more easy or easier or both okay? Yeah, this is a hard question. Sorry, I see there's glare there, and I'm kind of like moving in and out. It's probably annoying, but um, my brain notices weird things. Okay. Grammatically, more easy does not exist. This is a tough problem, and I have a way that makes it a lot easier, but it's also a tough problem because of the way people speak. The basic rule, the general thing, there's probably exceptions to this, but the basic rule that I've noticed is if the adjective came from French, because a lot of words entered from French, like difficult and easy, or sorry, not difficult, difficult and hard, but what is it? Simple and easy, right? Is it simple? No, it's not simple. Well, simple might be one of the exceptions. What's what I'm thinking of? Not easy and maybe simple is the exception. Okay, difficult and hard, for example. That's the one I usually use. So difficult came from French, right? And we see that in Latin languages. In Spanish, it's difícil, right? In those cases, we usually use more difficult. We don't say difficulter, right? If the word is Germanic based, right? So it came from either a Germanic language, like German or Dutch or whatever, or English is also a Germanic language. We're not talking about German, we're talking about the family, which includes German and English and Dutch. If the word is Germanic based, and it was originally part of the English language, it didn't come from French, such as hard, meaning difficult, then we say harder, not more hard. Okay, so we tend to use more as a general rule, use more with the words that came from Latin-based or French-based origins. And that's not the easiest thing in the world to know, but if you speak a Latin-based language, you're going to be able to easily identify which ones are more Latin-based and which ones are not, because you'll have words like difficult instead of hard. In reality, for the Germanic-based words like easy, okay, easy, easier, okay, it's supposed to be easier. However, you will sometimes hear people say more easy, including myself. I'll make that mistake too. It's a very common native mistake. Um, and sometimes that's because maybe we're not sure of the word we're going to say, like it hasn't come to mind yet, and we know it's more, and then we say easy. Right? So it's more easy that way. Okay, that might happen sometimes, or sometimes people might just be speaking and say, "Oh, yeah, if you do it that way, it's more easy." Less common, less likely. We're probably going to say easier, but it is something that can happen. It's wrong, but it's something that might be changing. Um, English seems to have a tendency of moving towards uniformity. So it was only, I think it was the 1100s, like between the 1100s and the 1300s, that French had a big impact on English for historical reasons. And so it's only been 1,000 years, you know. But I think, like with our verbs, how it's like, okay, I eat, you eat, he eats. Okay, that one has an S. We eat, they eat. It's all become, the same form basically. Or I went, you went, he went, we went, they went. It's become the same form. English, some of the things that are still changing, English seems to be moving towards like simpler forms, more uniformity, less diversity in changes for grammar and this and that. Um, and so this might be something that is also starting to happen where I don't think the like I don't think easier is going to go away. I think it's going to always be an alternative, but I think saying like things like more easy um with those Germanic based words is something that in the future, say 100 years, 200 years from now, is going to start sounding very normal. Um, because it's already a very common native mistake that it happens. It doesn't sound quite right. Like we notice it, we're like, it sounds a little weird, but it comes out that way anyway. So um, I think it's one of those cases. What I would recommend, if you don't care that much, I mean, you could kind of just do whatever. There are sometimes when you say more something and it's a Germanic based words or word, it will sound bad. There are plenty of cases like that. So if you don't really care, I mean, you can do whatever you want, but I would recommend that where this transition or change is right now historically, um, you should probably follow what is correct, because although some things like more easy, it doesn't sound too bad, there are other things that will sound bad. And so you should probably use them correctly. That would be my advice, is to use them correctly. So yeah. And I know it's a pain, makes things more difficult, but it is what it is. Okay, I can't see myself saying redder. I'm just gonna stick with more red. Redder is actually redder and more red. That is a pair where both sound perfectly fine to me. 100%. Like neither of them sound wrong. So this is definitely something that I think is in transition. It's happening. Like his I don't know. This I'm choosing a paint color. Like, oh, this paint is a lot redder than that one. This sounds fine. I don't hear any problem with it. Um, Now, from your perspective, from what you've heard, right, you're saying like, oh, redder sounds weird, I guess, right? So it should be more red, probably. um, or bluer, more blue. They both sound fine. Yellower, more yellow. They both sound fine. So with colors, I think we've already kind of made that transition. Purpler sounds kind of weird, probably because of the in purple. More purple sounds a little bit better, but the purpler doesn't sound too bad. It's okay. Um, so yeah. Um, yeah. Okay. How do you pronounce rehearse like that? I was watching a song on YouTube and the singer said it very quickly, and there's too much noise, too much background noise or noise in the background. It was absolutely impossible to understand. I just understand because I read the comments. Okay. Yeah, rehearse, rehearse. If you say it quickly, let's see. Rehearse. Yeah, it's possible to drop the H. speaking quickly, like say verse. Um, like we're gonna verso tonight. But usually, especially since the H is at the start of a stressed syllable, and it's kind of unclear if you drop the H in this particular case, we're more likely to keep the H and say rehearse. Okay, that re at the start, not all the time, but many times when you have a re prefix, uh, the full enunciated version will be re, and then the reduction can either be re with the second vowel like it, or ra with a schwa. So you can actually say rehearse. That's the fully enunciated word, rehearse. The stress is on the second syllable. Because the stress is on the second syllable, that re, again, not all the time you see re can you do this, but in this case, the re can reduce to re, say rehearse, or to a schwa, rehearse. All three are perfectly fine. Definitely don't say like rehearse or something like that, because I know it's spelled E-A-R, like ear, but that's spelling. It's rehearse. So it's like hers, but the S is an S instead of a Z. Okay, yeah. Greener, pinker, browner sound weird to me. Yeah, greener, pinker. It's pinker. I like the pinker one. The browner one is ugly. Yeah, no problem. No problem at all. They sound fine to me. In fact, we even have a phrase: the grass is always greener on the other side. Like if we were to say the grass is more green on the other side, that sounds weird. Probably because it's a set phrase, but if I'm saying like, oh, this grass is more green than that grass, sounds okay. You know, it's not a set phrase. So yeah, no problem. No problem with colors. Why does the word gloss have two pronunciations? Wait, what? Okay, I'm extremely confused, Tico. Welcome to the chat, by the way. So okay, so we're talking about the word gloss, which you say has two pronunciations. I'm pretty sure it has one pronunciation. I don't know where you heard the two. And then you say father and pause. Are those two other words that have two pronunciations? Because I'm pretty sure they just have one. So if you can clarify, because I'm not quite understanding. But Rodrigo, you said you're not good at math. Wouldn't it be the case you simply don't like it enough to apply yourself? Very nice. I mean, if you really liked math, I'm sure you're smart enough to be really good at that. Yes, actually. Without going too much into a tangent here, 2 points. One point is I know that I can definitely learn math because I had in the first semester of ninth grade, I had a teacher who now, so this was algebra one. Okay, ninth grade in the United States, they start teaching you algebra, right? Simple, basic algebra. Now, before that, in eighth grade, I had pre-algebra, which I don't even really remember, and I don't know how I didn't fail it. Like I got a D, which is considered acceptable passing in grade school in the United States. It's not a complete fail, but it's definitely very low. A D is like I think 60% or something. And so I didn't even really understand pre-algebra. Yet, first semester of ninth grade, I had a teacher, and I say first semester because second semester they changed my teacher and I failed. But first semester of ninth grade, I had the only teacher in my entire life who was able to not only magically successfully teach me math, but also I was one of the top 3 students in the entire class, and I had a lot of fun. I have no idea how. It's still a mystery to me. But that just shows you, it's like ultimately it's the student, right? The student is in charge of their own learning, but a good teacher goes a really long way. That is definitely true. And literally the next semester they changed my teacher, and I couldn't understand hardly anything. Like I was trying, and I did so well the previous semester, it's like it just vanished. Like I didn't know anything about math anymore. And I've never really described myself as smart for various reasons, like self-esteem issues in the past. Um, and I know I have some intelligence. I'm not completely stupid, but there are also things that I'm like. I have moments where it's like, wow, I'm so stupid. Um, but that aside, when it comes to math, so engineering, like mechanics, right? Like physical mechanics of things, like say car engines and stuff. That is by far my biggest weakness. Like my brain just doesn't get it. Um, like those simple you can find online. Like there's these, like um, geometric or like multiple like functional puzzles where you have like like a thing that you have to move over here and push this over that way and to like finish the puzzle or whatever. It takes me forever. I can get through it, but it takes me forever. I have a friend who he's not stupid, but let's just say he's not good at math. He's not good at language. He's not good at a lot of things, but he's really good at mechanics. Um, and he just outperforms me so well. He'll just like boom, 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 done. Where I have to sit there for like 30 minutes to figure out the same problem. Um, and my brain for mechanics and for math is just like I don't know, naturally without the proper guidance, it's really, really difficult for me. Where language comes super, super naturally. Like I'll absorb language for the most part. So yeah, it's interesting. I definitely could, if I really applied myself and I really sat down and I really took the time, I could learn it. But because I don't know how to learn math in a fun and interesting way, I don't have the motivation to. And so I know basic math, and for the most part, that's all you need, unless your job requires it. So I'm okay with that. um, let's see. Is the pronunciation changing? Can I use? Okay, and then also are not pronounced the same. Okay, two unbelievably, amazingly fantastic questions, Alvaro. Um, and I've addressed these before, but of course this is a live stream, and you probably haven't seen me talk about that, so that's okay. Uh, with the first question, okay, the full see this is another good example. We're getting lots of good examples today of the dynamic pronunciation of English, especially American English. Um, the fully enunciated word, PHE, the fully enunciated word, the full pronunciation, how it's supposed to be, is the. Okay, it's a voiced TH with an E vowel sound, the first vowel sound on the vowel chart, the. However, 99.9% of the time, this gets reduced to the. Okay? And that's in all cases. Okay? It's usually reduced to the. Now, there's one case, one situation. So not all cases, most cases. There's one case, one situation where you can still do that, but there's an old rule that you don't have to follow, but that you will still hear because it's still kind of part of the language, and whichever happens is fine. Now, so if I say, for example, the car or the bag, okay, 99.999% of the time, it's the. You're not going to say the. Okay. If for some reason you emphasize, you can say the car, the bag. If you don't have a special reason, even me just saying it like that, it sounds a little weird to say it that way because it's so commonly reduced to the schwa. That's how common it is. Um, now, if I really say like, oh no, it's the best, maybe then, if you really emphasize the word, it's okay, it sounds good. Um, but that's normal for the whole language. We tend to do that. Anything that's reduced, like this or that, this or that, we tend to go back to that fuller pronunciation when we really stress the word. You don't have to necessarily, but it's a very common thing that comes with the enunciation or the exaggeration of the word. Now, when with the word the, okay, when it is followed by a vowel sound, so the other or the apple, okay, the traditional rule that you do not have to follow, that is something that has changed, not recently, but in the relatively recent past, something that has changed. You were supposed to have to say the, no reduction to the, and then you say the vowel. Now, the reason why this was true and why this happened is because, number one, it's a little less clear to say the other, the apple. Okay. But number two, because we actually can apply a linking rule here. Okay. Anytime you go from E or I, or the diphthong A, I, oi, which end in I, the second vowel, anytime you go from E or I to any other vowel, okay, this is part of the general rules of linking, well, the exceptions to the general rules of linking. I have videos on that. You can look that up. Anytime you do that, you're going to create a small little Y sound, a Y. Okay, not a full Y, just a little Y, Y. Because as you leave that E or I position, the Y is so close that as you move to any other vowel sound, you're going to sort of, as a byproduct, create a very small little tiny bit of a Y sound. Okay, so if I go the and other, the other, the other, or the apple, the apple, the apple. And that flows very, very nicely. We can connect it with that little Y sound. Okay. Now it's not the other or the apple. That's a full Y. It's just a light little Y. The, yeah, yeah. Okay. Now, the thing that relatively recently in the past, probably a couple hundred years ago, I don't know exactly when, but the thing that changed relatively recently is that you do not have to apply that rule. Now, that rule is usually still taught, according to my understanding. Most teachers will tell you that you have to say E before a vowel. You do not have to say E before a vowel. It is not required at all, ever. Okay? It is something that has changed. And it still fits the flow of the language because the second general rule of linking in English, the second most common rule in the entire language, probably, is that vowels flow into vowels. And so if you go the apple, it's fine. Ah, ah. Sounds a little less clear, but it's still perfectly clear. The apple, the apple. Fine. Now with the and other, this is actually directly linked to your second question about the upside down V and the upside down E. Okay. So let's talk about that in addition to the other, the other, the other. Notice they sound the same. The other. It's just I'm making the second one louder. So as I talk about in my lesson about the schwa, the main lesson, as well as my video called The Truth About the Schwa, if you have not seen that, I'm going to give you the basics here, but you can go check out that video. The upside down V, IPA symbol, that's what I call it, the upside down V, and the upside down lowercase e, IPA symbol. In American English, it depends on the dialect, it depends on who you ask, but the way that I speak, they're the same. Okay. And even if other people, it's not exactly the same, they're extremely close. Okay, so they might as well be the same. It does not matter. It does not matter at all. Okay, and the reality of these two IPA symbols is that what's actually happening, right? If I say other, okay, that first sound in other is the upside down V. Okay, so it's uh uh uh. Now, if I'm speaking pretty clearly, I say I don't know. Other than that, okay. If I speak really quickly, other than that, other than that, okay. The faster you speak, the less you're going to open into that full, clearly enunciated position and sound. And the upside down E, although it can be a reduction sound, this is the schwa, right? The upside down E, it's called the schwa. That can be a reduction sound from other sounds, right? Like re in rehearse can turn into rehearse. That's a reduction sound. But the upside down E, not as a reduction sound, is the same as the upside down V. It's just not as clearly enunciated. Okay, it's like the faster, messier, less clear way to say okay, like an other or some or but or whatever it is. So they are basically the same sound. Okay. Um, Now, are they both called the schwa? According to everybody else in the world, no. According to me, this is one point that unfortunately is a little confusing, and I apologize because I'm trying to make it easier. The schwa technically is that upside down E, it's a reduction sound. And it's not just in English, okay? But in English, specifically American English, these two symbols represent essentially the same sound. Just one is more clearly enunciated. Because if we go the other way, by the way, I forgot to mention, like say of, okay, of is supposed to use the schwa, the upside down E, okay, the uh, of kind of, right? Now, if I say that, if I fully enunciate that word, I'm going to open more of. I'm going to be saying that upside down V, even though it's supposed to be the upside down E, and it usually is the upside down E, right? So this is part of the dynamic range and flow of English. Okay, they are basically the same sound. It just depends on how clearly you're enunciating that sound. Again, not if the schwa, the upside down E, is used as a reduction sound from another sound. That's a reduction case. But if we're talking about this upside down V, the faster, messier way to say it is with the schwa, the upside down E. Okay, now, um, the other thing I was saying, I forgot what I was saying. Yeah, are they both called the schwa? I refer to both of these as the schwa because they are basically the same sound. And I know that can be confusing. So know that when I call them the schwa, that's different than what everybody else says. Okay, but because they're the same sound, I think that it is a little less confusing. Instead of saying, okay, there's this sound and this sound, which by the way are the same sound. Okay, well, if one has a name, use the name for both of them. Now, some people could say like, okay, we'll just use the schwa for the actual reduction. You could do that. This is how I've chosen to explain it. Okay. And some people are going to disagree with me. They're going to say, no, you're wrong. And that's okay. Fine, whatever. But so to one thing that I do sometimes to make it clear is I'll either say the upside down V and the upside down E, right? The IPA symbols, or I will call the upside down E the true schwa, right? What is normally called the schwa, I call it the true schwa. And then the upside down V is like the stressed schwa or the not true schwa, which the upside down V doesn't have to be stressed. It can be unstressed, but um, it doesn't really matter. It's the same sound. So hopefully that's not confusing. Hopefully that makes sense. And if you disagree with how I look at that and how I teach that, okay. Not everybody's going to agree with me, but that is the way that I teach it, and it usually I've gotten positive feedback from a lot of people with the way that I teach that. So anyway, good. If you have any other follow-up questions about that, there are no stupid questions. Feel free to ask. I know it can be a confusing thing. But to finish this, if we go with the and other, so if the is the same sound, that reduced the is the same sound as the and other. So you cannot hold a vowel sound. You can't just say the other. Doesn't work. Okay? Or the other doesn't work in English. What we do here is either A, we're going to say the and connect it with a Y, the other. Okay. And that will commonly happen, but it doesn't have to. What you can also say is the other. Now, notice I'm having a little bit of modulation in the voice, and because the and other is stressed, I'm basically going like the other, the other. And that's how we know the difference, right? Oh, I saw him the other day, the other day. Okay. So it's that little shift in the loudness and maybe a little bit with like kind of dropping the voice and then pushing it back out that we create the slight separation, and it works just fine. It's a very common, normal way to speak. It's not informal or anything. I see Tico put a message here. I don't know why. I see. I don't know why it asked me to block this or to um, yeah. So okay, received pronunciation, general American. Okay, yeah. So let's talk about this. Received pronunciation is British. Okay, so if you're focusing on American English, received pronunciation is completely meaningless. Okay, completely meaningless. It has no part in the discussion. Now, if you're comparing British English to American English, or you're learning British English, then yes, that is relevant. But because I'm talking about American English, just ignore that. Doesn't even matter. Um, for general American, now I notice you're using IPA here, and you might not be aware, I hate the IPA for various reasons. I'm not going to go into all those reasons now. But for English, especially American English, it is not the best system. And at the end of the day, it is ultimately just a crutch that helps you focus on your eyes instead of your ears. That aside, it can be kind of useful, and I know what you're talking about here. Now, General American is what I call non-Western General American, because Western General American and Canadian, a lot of Canadian English, especially Western Canadian English, use the cot-cot merger, right? And that's one of the only major differences between Western American and General American. And Western American, according to linguists, is under the same umbrella as General American. Okay. And I think that's important because I teach pretty much Western American, especially because it's easier. Like with the cot-cot merger, you don't have to learn two sounds, you can learn one sound. And I speak with the merger myself. So for the non-Western General American, this is using the sound oh, okay, oh, which I can't do very well because that's non-Western General American. I speak Western General American, like fake British or something. But gloss, it probably something more like that, a little more than gloss. The way I say it is gloss. The main difference in the cot-cot merger, that little A symbol. So in General American, the little thing that looks like an A is going to be up here in the bottom, and then the backward C is going to be more up here with the lips a little bit rounded. In General American, which you can see on my vowel chart, the English Hacks vowel chart, you can find it in the description, my website download page. The cot-cot merger, this is the symbol we're using, the ah symbol, but it moved back, and this symbol for all disappeared. It kind of like moved down, and the lips disappear. So we're not going to round the lips. We're going to say ah, ah, ah. Sometimes you'll see me round the lips because subconsciously, apparently people who have the cot-cot merger will still sometimes separate them and not realize it. I've noticed that when I go back and listen to some of my videos. But generally, we're going to use the merged version. So for me, right now, notice if you speak received pronunciation, there's one way to say it. If you speak non-Western General American, there's one way to say it, gloss, right? If you speak Western American or Canadian, provided it's not some other part of Canada, there's one way to say it. Okay, so that's why I was kind of confused by your question, because if you're talking about different ways to say things in different accents or different dialects, then yes, there's probably, unless for some reason you're comparing accents. The way that I would teach this is you say it gloss, okay? G, ah, no rounded lips because I have the merger, right? Ah, s, gloss. That's the only way to say the word, okay? Now I notice also, I remember you said father and pause, and I don't know if those are supposed to be two different sounds, like between ah and aw with the unmerged version, but to me, because I have the merger, those are also the same sound. Fa, father, pause, gloss. Father, pause, gloss. Exactly the same sound. Which is one reason why Western General American English is easier to learn. And part of why I teach it, aside from the fact that that's how I speak. So I hope that makes sense. If you have any follow-up questions or concerns or whatever, feel free to add those, no problem. Perfect. Okay. Infamous schwa. So yeah, schwa. Just in case. I notice you're spelling it like that. So yeah, it's supposed to be spelled like this. It's a weird word. It has weird spelling, but anyway, the schwa is close to no. The is very neutral to me. I don't understand the sound. Okay. Relatively speaking, yeah, it is kind of similar. In fact, the horseshoe symbol in IPA, I call it the horseshoe because it's like a shoe that goes on a horse, right? The little U type shape. I think it's like the omega symbol in Greek. I don't know. Anyway, this symbol that you're referring to, the like in book. Okay, this sound I call the high schwa. And again, that could also be confusing for some people I know. The reason I call it the high schwa, I talked about in the lesson about that. I have a whole lesson about this sound, as well as an extra practice lesson that gives you more examples. But the schwa is in the middle of the tongue. Okay. Now, whether that is the upside down E true schwa or the upside down V sort of stressed or enunciated schwa, what I call the not true schwa, it's going to be in the middle of the tongue. One is a little more open than the other. It doesn't really matter. They're basically the same. They sound extremely, extremely similar. Not much difference. So when I say the schwa, I mean both of those. Okay. It's in the middle. Okay. Now, there's a couple different ways to do it. Some teachers say relax your tongue, but depending on your native language, a relaxed tongue might give you something completely different. Or depending on just your mouth in particular, a relaxed tongue might give you something different than what we want. So that's okay, whatever. Okay, the schwa is the schwa. That's in the middle. The way I describe this sound like an book, right? It's not the same sound. It is kind of similar. But I call it the high schwa mainly because if this is the front of your tongue, middle of your tongue, back of your tongue. Okay? Now there's a line. So there's the front of your tongue, which is the tip of your tongue. There's the line between the front and the middle. There's the line between the middle and the back. Okay. Now, if we talk about, so it's a back vowel sound. Okay, so there's the O, the U, also the ah, merged ah down here. Those are all using the back of the tongue. Now, this sound also uses the back of the tongue. It's a little farther forward. And in my mouth, it feels kind of like it's not right, like fully in the back of the tongue. It's sort of on that line between the back and the middle. And it's almost as if you took the position of the schwa, true or not true, right? And you sort of move that sound up here to where it's sort of on that line. You might have to push the back of your tongue forward a little bit. There's a certain tension to it. But if you do that, right, first, and the lips are optional, but we will commonly not stick them or not rounding. Okay, like that. It's just a little bit. Okay, we do that for sh, a couple other sounds. Okay, optional. You don't have to, but it can help. But with the tongue is the most important. Okay, so if I relax my lips here, uh, 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 So I'm just kind of trying to move the sound up here to that line, maybe push the tongue forward a little bit, give it a little bit of tension. It's almost kind of like it's like somebody punched you in the stomach, but you could also do the schwa there. But it's kind of like right? It's almost like you're kind of like maybe trying to like spit your tongue out from the back. Right? There's different ways to describe it, different ways to think about it. Usually that helps. Sometimes it doesn't help some students when I explain it that way. So if you're still confused, let me know. I can describe it differently, but it's a very difficult sound. It's a very, very difficult sound. It's one of the most difficult sounds for most English learners to get. So you are not alone with that difficulty. Alvaro, how do you pronounce fast? Something like with me. Or with me. Why did I say with me? my brain skipped over the T and I and just saw the me. With time. TH plus T. Do I drop the TH? No. Good question. So earlier we were talking about TH plus S, and we saw that you can drop the TH as long as you're not speaking too slow or clearly enunciated. In this case, we have a different case. Usually, most connection or linking rules are going to go left to right with the flow of the sounds, like 90% of the time, or 99% of the time. The case where we saw where we have like a voiceless th and then an s, and we're able to drop that th, that's one of the very rare cases where we're affecting it backwards, and we're just saying the s and dropping the th. Usually, it would be something like where this sound would take over this sound, like the z and voiced th is that, right? It flows with the sentence left to right. That's what usually happens, and in this case, with the th and the t, this is a normal flow. Okay, we're going left to right, we're not going backwards. But there is something we can do here. Okay, now you can say the th and you can say the t. In fact, you have to say the th and you have to say the t. Technically, there's a trick we can do. But we at least have to have the illusion that both of those are there. Now, what we can do, the fully pronunciated way, the fully enunciated way to say this, which is still very common even in faster speech for this particular combination, would be with time. With time. So we hear the th, we hear the t. With time. No problem. No problem. Very common, very normal. But the th, I don't know if you were here earlier when I was talking about this, or if you've seen the lesson on the th sound. The th sound in American English has two variations of ways that you can pronounce the sound that are standard. They're not. One is not informal. Okay, and in fact, most natives aren't even aware that they use the second version. I wasn't aware of it until relatively recently. The normal way, whether it's voiced or voiceless, is or th. Okay, you might put it between the teeth a little bit. You don't have to, as long as it's sort of close enough to the teeth. That's fine. Okay, that's the normal way to make a th. But we can also do a dental T for the voiceless th, or a dental D for the voiced th. Now, a dental T or D, normally in English, the T and D are up here. Okay, unlike some languages where they go flat on the teeth, we're up here. T, D. Okay, a dental T or dental D is where instead of going up here, you take your tongue, you go flat on the teeth. Doesn't have to be right here. It could be maybe back a little bit, but there's a flatness to it that touches the top teeth right here. Okay, and you push it out like t and d, t, d. Okay, that's a Spanish T and D, right? For example, that T and D does not exist in English. But because it does not exist in English, well, partially because it doesn't exist in English, for some reason, pretty much all native speakers, I would say, of American English, maybe not all, but pretty much all of us, what we do is, at least I guess for general American, maybe not certain other dialects, but what we do is we'll either do the normal th, or we will very commonly do a dental T or D, depending if it's voiced or voiceless, especially in certain combinations. Okay. Now, you don't have it. It doesn't have to be a combination. We're probably going to say a th unless there's a connection. Like I'm probably not going to say with. That sounds kind of like width, like width by itself. So if I say what are you going to do it with? I'm probably not going to say what are you going to do it with. Like that might be a little weird. But if I say with what, with what, with what, it's actually a dental T. Perfectly fine. Or if I say that, oh, I want that one, not a normal D, not that one. That sounds wrong and informal, and some people speak that way, but that's not normal in general American. Has to be dental with, or I want that one. Okay. Now, if we do with and time, with time, yeah, you'll get used to it with time. It's okay. Okay. Now here, instead of going with time, what we're doing is with time. Now that can sound a little bit weird because usually it's the other way. Usually it would be like at the, right? Where we would have the T to the TH. We go at the. That sounds 100% perfectly fine. This way it could sound a little weird potentially with time, but if you're speaking really quickly, like you'll learn with time. It's perfectly fine. But you have to be speaking quickly to do that. So anyway, the point is that the th, under most general circumstances, can be pronounced as a th sound or as a dental T or D. And that gives us some variations that we can do. So you're not dropping the th in this case. You're modifying the th and the t, um, and we create the illusion that there's a th and a t there. At least to a native speaker's ears. To somebody else, they're going to be like, "What? What are you talking about?" Like if your language has a dental T or D, and we do that, you're going to think it's really strange because you can hear the difference in the dental and the non-dental. So, um, what about the preposition on? Does it have to do with a regional accent division? Uh, so yeah, I think the question is points to maybe a misconception or a misunderstanding. So the way that I say it on, because I have the merger. So again, sometimes people with the merger, they will subconsciously, without realizing it, use the unmerged version for particular words that would be this one or this one, and that can happen. It's okay, but we don't perceive it that way. We don't think of it that way, and it's generally going to be the merged version here in the back. So the way that I say it, the way that I would say that I say it, and the way that I would teach it is on. I've heard a lot of people now that my ears are actually starting to be tuned to this difference. Because until say like a year and a half ago, I really wasn't very aware. Like I knew there was the merger, but I didn't really tune my ears to it, which is really good proof that even if you have good ears like I do, if you don't consciously direct your attention to the sounds that are being used, you're probably not going to just hear them, right? Because your brain will filter things. Um, but this word in particular, I noticed in one of my videos after I started paying some more attention to the difference between the merged and non-merged versions. I noticed in one of my videos that I said on, and I was like, why am I saying it? That's weird. What is going on here? Because as I said, people with the merger sometimes say it without realizing it. And since then, I've noticed a lot of people, especially like people, because there's a lot of people from like the New York area that don't sound like they have a New York accent. They just have like a couple little things here or there. Like my grandma is one of those people. Like she says some words a little bit differently, but I never really noticed that she had too much of an accent before. And even now that I'm paying attention, it's like, okay, yeah, there's a little thing here or there, but she doesn't really sound like she's from New York as far as my ears go, at least. Um, and when I hear people like that from maybe like the Northeast or kind of like that, or maybe from Florida, um, and they say on, now I'm starting to hear it, and it stands out to me. But your question, I think, is a little bit of a misconception because with the unconscious accidental unmerging of the sound, we're going to ignore that because that can just happen. It's okay, whatever. You don't have to worry about that. Okay, so it's not about like, okay, what words do this. If you're going to speak with the merger, or if somebody speaks with the merger, then with the subconscious accidental points aside, um, you're never going to use and all. Okay. You can just always say So any word, if you look in the dictionary and it says either what looks like an A or it looks like a backward C, just say It's ah. Now, of course, there might be some words where there's a little bit of a different shift, right? Because actually in the merger, the OR combination, if it's not reduced to um, it's actually supposed to be that backward C, aw plus like or. And I never heard that until recently when I really started trying to pay attention to it. Now I can hear people doing it. It's a very subtle little difference, which is why, again, there's the differences between Western American and General American are so small that they're almost imperceptible unless you're really paying attention, which is why if you learn to speak the way I speak, even if you're speaking to somebody from, say, the Midwest or from Florida, they're probably, as long as you sound like me and you don't have any of your own accent left, they're probably not going to guess that you learned Western American or anything. Because even with the merger, which is probably the biggest difference, the actual sounds that result, the difference is so small that most people don't even really notice. It's not that big of a deal. So you'll still sound very natural, very neutral. Now, with, for example, or, the way I teach this and the way I speak, it's O plus It's not all plus It's not or, which I think is a lot easier to speak, of course, to say. Of course, I'm biased because that's the way I speak. But right, you can completely ignore that backward C aw sound. Just know that some combinations like or with oi, the oi diphthong, it's not oi, it's oi. Okay, you will hear some speakers say oi if they don't have the merger, but you never have to use aw. Okay. So I think that makes it a lot easier because you can completely ignore a particular sound in the language, because vowels are already hard enough. um, Best explanation ever. Got it. Okay, good. Oh, I missed one. JT. Hello, JT. Sorry, I took a second. If compound nouns have 3 words, which syllable is the stress on? That depends. That depends. There are 3 possibilities. It could be on the first syllable, it could be on the middle syllable, it could be on the last syllable. It depends on the word. Okay, there's no rule that says, I mean, there might be some rules for certain types of words or whatever, but and it doesn't matter if it's a noun. It could be a noun, an adjective, a verb. It doesn't matter. Noun, maybe okay, it's more likely it's going to be on the middle. Or if it's a verb, it's more like. But it doesn't matter. The rules, you want to focus on your ears. Focus on your ears. Hear it. Okay, hear it. Hear it. Once you can hear the stress, and then you're like, oh, this is a new word that I read. I'm going to go online, hear somebody say it on forvo.com, or maybe even the dictionary, not the best resource, but you know, it might be okay. But you go to forvo.com, listen to an actual native speaker say the word, okay? And you can hear the stress. Once you learn to hear the stress, you can just go check it, right? You might have to repeat it a couple times, but usually once you can hear the stress, you're good. You'll remember what the stress is if you learn the stress with the word, right? Instead of trying to remember, so this is a noun and it has 3 syllables. And according to the rule, that means that it's always going to be stressed, or it's usually going to be stressed on the 3rd syllable. Like, no, like, even if that's true, it doesn't matter because there are exceptions and you want to focus on your ears. Okay, not a bunch of rules that aren't going to help you speak anyway because they're just going to slow you down. Okay, you can't sit there and think of the rules for every single word that you need to say. You need to feel it. Okay. So that would be my answer to that. But some examples, if we say tomorrow, I think tomorrow's a noun. That should be a noun. There's some words that are weird. Just double check. Let's see. Tomorrow. Is there something in my brain that says tomorrow is weird? Yeah, tomorrow's a noun. Oh, it's also an adverb. That's why. Yeah. Yeah, so tomorrow, it's stress in the middle, on the 2nd syllable, tomorrow. But if I say understand, there we have a primary and a secondary stress. Okay, now the primary is the one that really matters. Understand. But there's actually a secondary stress. It's actually understand, not understand. The secondary stress on the first syllable in that particular word, if you don't happen to get much of a stress on there, it's not going to sound bad. It's okay, because the primary stress is most important. So as long as you get stand, it's going to sound okay. But technically, if you really listen, you're going to hear a lot of people, unless they're just speaking really quickly and in a messy way. There's going to be a little bit higher on the than the der, under, because normally under, right? The stress syllables under, understand. Okay, so it depends on the word. And we might have primary and secondary if there's not the middle one. The middle one is if there's 3 syllables, that's going to be the only stress, because you're not going to have the 2 stresses next to each other, unless maybe in some compound words it's possible. But it's usually going to be if one of these are stressed in a three syllable word, you might have secondary stress. It's not guaranteed. Again, hear it. Okay, don't worry about the rules. Hear it. Some rules are useful, but most of the stress rules. Actually, I have a lesson on the only 5 rules you need, and then after that is a lesson with a bunch of examples with the stress very clearly shown visually, so that you can hear it and get the rhythm and stress into your brain, and you can start feeling the patterns, instead of trying to memorize the rules. So Uh, water distribution network, business performance graph, disease management seminar. What? Oh, I see. uh, wait, I don't see because you were asking about compound nouns have three words. Wait. Oh, I see what. Okay, I completely misunderstood the question. I was thinking a compound or yeah, I did. I didn't even read that right. That's my fault. Um, okay, also a misunderstanding. I think you're asking about the primary stress in that compound noun, because water has its own stress, right? It's on the first syllable. Distribution has its own stress. Network has its own stress. Um, so I think you're asking, like, in those three words as a compound idea, which one has sort of like the highest of all of them, like the primary stress. Um, that can depend on context. But let's see, water distribution network, water distribution network. What kind of network? What kind of network? It's a water distribution network. Okay, now I shifted it. It's a water distribution network. Okay, water distribution. But if I just say, oh, I'm building a water distribution network. Okay, it kind of shifted a little bit. Now it's not on the distribution anymore. It depends on exactly what you're saying. Um, that's a trickier thing. Um, business performance graph. If you look at the business performance graph, if you look at the business performance graph, this is the business performance graph I was telling you about. This is the business performance graph I was telling you about, right? What's a business performance graph? What's a business performance graph? Okay, depends on how you're saying it. Depends on if it's a question, is it not a question, what's the context? Um, disease management seminar. Oh, I had to go to a disease management seminar. I had to go to a disease management seminar. um, did you go to the disease management seminar? Did you go to the disease management seminar? Now, of course, the intonation is shifting because of the question, but you also notice the stress is kind of shifting a little bit as well throughout the phrase. Did you go to the disease management seminar? What's a disease management seminar? What's a disease management seminar? Hmm, okay. Um, so you'll notice these little shifts in the stress and the intonation. Okay. Um, is fall pronounced as fall in the West? Is that all right? Absolutely 100% yes. Um, fall, which I'm probably saying it really bad, but fall does not exist in Western American. It's fall. So you're L coloring the ah. So it's going to be ah, oh, all instead of all. Yeah, as I said, um, basically what's going to happen. There might be a couple exceptions to this, but um, this should be 100% true all the time. I hate making 100% statements in English because there's always little exceptions and stuff, but should be 100% true where if non-Western General American uses all, if it's the sound or the sound oi, right? So the R colored O or the R colored, or not R colored O or the diphthong oi. Okay, if it's those two, then the aw is going to shift to O. Okay, or oi instead of or oi. Okay, um, all other cases, whether it's an L colored ah or it's on or whether it's all ah whatever, all other cases are going to shift to just back here ah. Okay, it makes it so much easier. You don't have to worry about doing or okay, was it law or law? I don't remember. Well, it's just law in Western American. So much easier. Um, so yeah, that's the simple answer. Um, just remember or and oi are going to shift up to o, and all the other cases shift down to ah. So can you make the dental T of TH sound in the word thank and try to contrast it with the word tank? I swear they're the same for me. Okay, very good question. Yeah. Um, Yeah, so actually, I'll probably make a minimal pair about that at some point in the future too. I think I already have that on my list. But okay, thank, tank, thank, tank, thank, tank. The biggest difference that you're going to notice, the English T sound, especially when it's aspirated, it's strong, like at the start of the stressed syllable here, you're going to hear a nice puff of air, right? Follows it. Tank, tank, tank. With the dental T, which again only exists for the TH in American English, but even in, say in Spanish, where they use a dental T, not the English T, um, because it's flat, it doesn't have the ability to push out the sound in the same crisp way that English does, or the English T does, and so it's going to sound flatter. Like you're not going to hear as much air. Like there's still the air there, but it doesn't have that crispness, right? That little push out, like special puff there, right? Um, that's what we're trying to hear. Okay, so thank, thank, tank, tank. Okay, so I hope you can hear the difference there. If not, it just takes some ear training. It's not a problem. You can get used to it. But yeah, that's that. Is there a rule to hold final consonant stops, such as it, that, bad, where the final consonants are not completely pronounced? Oh, you guys are asking all the tough questions today. I'm going home. Oh, I already am home. I give up. No. Oh, this is a mess, and I've been thinking for several months about how to approach this topic because I'm going to be talking more about this. This is again part of the dynamic range and flow, the dynamic pronunciation of English. Um, the way that I would think about it is there's default, which is sort of like the standard, most likely thing without anything else. There's like, if you just say it, that, bad, okay. The fully enunciated version would be it, that, bad, okay. But when you have a stop sound at the end of a word like that, the fully enunciated version is not the most common way to pronounce it. Okay, you can pronounce it that way. It can come out that way. You know, it depends. It's possible, but it's very unlikely, even in isolation. Okay, um, when we have a stop sound at the end of a word and there's nothing, no connections, nothing else. Okay, what the default, the standard thing is not the clearly enunciated sound, but the stop. Okay, the sort of glottal stop sound. It, that, bad. So that would be our starting point. Instead of the fully enunciated sound, that's much less likely. So we're going to take the stop as the normal standard point. Okay, that's the rule. By default, it should be a stop at the end of a word. Now, that being said, it depends. It sucks. I know it's English, but it depends. And there are some consistent things that happen that you have to get used to, but it's not so, you know, cut and dry, we would say, where it's like, oh yeah, it's always just this, right? Um, especially when we're talking about stop sounds at the end of a word, and it's most especially when we're talking about the T in particular. The T sound, not the letter, but the T sound is like, well, also the letter, but the T sound is sort of the one of the trickiest things. If you combine the sound itself and the different positions, and then the T spelling, where it's not even a T sometimes, like nation, it's an SH sound, for example, and you combine those, it becomes one of the most complicated parts of English pronunciation, between the spelling and how it could be pronounced. So, um, the normal rule at the end of a word, it's a stop. Okay. Now, for example, if I say it, I don't know, it is. Okay. What happens here? Okay, this is we're going to apply another rule. Now, you could potentially, you could say it is. It is. That's okay. Sometimes you'll hear that. There's a particular reason why we might use that rhythm or that type of thing, maybe for emphasis or enunciation or something. It could come out that way, but that's not the normal standard way. Here, the rule here is consonants connect to vowels. Okay, now we have something after the T. So if it were a P, the P would move over. If it were an N, which is not a stop sound, the N would move over, right? It sort of sounds like it moves over consonants connect to vowels between two words. That's the number one general rule. When the T in American English, when the T connects over, it will still follow the same rule. It will connect to the vowel just like all other consonants will. But the T in particular in American English becomes a flapped D. Okay, so we're not going to say it is. That sounds British. Okay, we're going to say it is. It is. It is. Um, and it's not it is as like a normal D. Right? It has to be a flat D. It is. It is. Which of course this could possibly contract. It's right, and it's going to sound like a T with an S pushing through it, but that's different. Now the T isn't at the end anymore, right? Um, but that would also not be a stop T, right? If we were to contract it, it would be like a soft T that the S is pushing through. It's okay. But here it is. Okay. Now, what if I say it thinks? Okay. Now we don't have to do the dental T. I can say it thinks. Right. It stop T and then thinks. It thinks. Okay. Or it thinks. It thinks. Right? But we could do that dental th. Still do a stop on the T, but we're going to stop it here, right? It thinks, and then we just push out that dental T. It thinks, okay? Gives it a little bit of a different sound, um, but you could still say, okay, well, it's still stop there. What if I say it talks? Okay, now we have two T's. The standard rule here is you're supposed to hold the first one and push out the second one. It talks. It talks. So, okay, still a stop there. Now, with the T in particular, especially in grammar words like it, that, but, whatever, um, the T will very, 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 very commonly just disappear if there's no connection to a vowel or blending or anything like that. So instead of saying it thinks, you can just say it thinks. It thinks, going straight from I to the TH. It thinks, especially if you do that dental, it thinks, it thinks. It's going to sound like the T's there anyway. If you say it talks, and just push out that one T. That sounds fine in fast speech. If you slow it down, you start enunciating, not going to work. Okay. Um, so that's another point, right? Speed is a factor. Okay. This is why it's a little complicated, and I'm going to be making lessons explaining this very clearly, talking about like say the T sound. There's a range for the T sound. There's T, clearly aspirated, very strong. Usually happens at the start of a stressed syllable. Okay. The weak T, right? It's not happens at the start of an unstressed syllable when we don't have the conditions with the vowels around it to flap it. Okay. Then there's the flap D, and the flap D, right? We're getting as we move from the clear enunciated version to potentially a completely dropped sound. The scale is this is slower, clearer, emphasized, whatever, clearly enunciated. Where as you move over here, you're increasing the speed, you're increasing the laziness of the speech. For the stop sounds, we need certain conditions to trigger certain things, usually. But if it's, say, the S sound, um, like, right, a strong S would be S, a weaker S would be S, and no S would just be nothing, right? So it would be S. And because there's no stop, then there's no rules for, oh, this S has to be here, this S has to be. It's just an S sound, right? You could potentially hit anywhere in there for the S, and as long as it comes out clear enough, it's fine. Usually we can't drop S's. That's kind of weird. But there's sort of a range of clarity or speed, right? If I say so, nice, good S. If I say so, so, right, it's shorter because I'm speaking faster. It's maybe I don't get into the full position. So what? So what? So what? Okay. Still there. Speaking very fast, very unclear. Doesn't have to be quite as right? So quite as whistly. So the stop sounds are a bit special because there's certain triggers for different kinds. There is a little bit of wiggle room sometimes, but I know this is a really long explanation. As we go to now the flap. So in American English, the flap T, flap D is the same sound. So I just say the flap D, even if it's written with a T, because if it triggers that sound, it's going to sound the same. Okay, in American English. So flap D. Now you can look at the flap D, right? Because we're not even taking the time to fully close into the T position and push it out, even lightly. Like we're just tapping and going, right? Water, water. What is? What is? It is. It is. Okay. So that's like a faster, less enunciated, less clear version or lazier version of a weak T or a weak D, right? Um, this again is why the T is kind of complicated because in American English, a T could potentially be a flapped D sound instead of a T sound. So it's stupid. But then you go over farther and you have the opposite end. Okay, the opposite end for the stop sounds would be a held version, a glottal stop version, and a no, hold on. Yeah, a glottal stop version, a held version, and then a dropped sound. Now you can't just drop sounds whenever you want. The T, as I said, the T at the end of words, especially grammar words, is probably the sound that does this the most. There are some other sounds sometimes that we can do this with. But even among the other stop sounds, this doesn't always happen. It's kind of the T special where you can drop it. But on this end here, if you have a glottal stop, okay, like if I say, let's see, uh, okay, what's the word I was thinking of before? Because I was just thinking about this the other day. Um, important. Yeah, I made a little video talking about the word important, right? Okay. Now, when I say a stop or a glottal stop, I refer to both glottal and held. And I know that many teachers, maybe all teachers, I don't know, teach these as two different things. And there's a reason for that. And I haven't made a lesson about this yet. It's in my list, my very long list. But the way that I look at it, because it fits on the scale, right? It has to fit on the scale from slower and clearer to faster and lazier, less clearly enunciated. So if you do a nice clear glottal, like if you say important, important, okay, that glottal cutoff, even though technically there's no T there, right? We're not saying T, there's not a T sound. Um, but because now for the glottal stop T, you actually don't have to go into the T position. That's a little technicality. All the other stops, you have to go into the position. But let's just ignore that for a second. We'll just say you have to go into the position. So you go into the T position, and it creates the illusion that the T is there, but you cut off in the throat instead. And because we're in that position, that creates the illusion. Okay. Um, so important, important. Okay. Now the little at the end is the end of important, right? But important. Now that's nice and clear because it's a clear cutoff. So even though it's technically not a T, obviously it's a like a lazier, less clear TT because it's not even a real T, right? But we perceive it as a T, so it's sort of like a lazy T, but it's a clear cutoff. Now, if you do a regular held T instead of a full clear glottal stop T here, and you just go into the T position and say like important, important, important. See, I'm not actually stopping here. Important. I'm saying important, important. And going there and kind of like holding and pushing it through important, important. It's a little bit different. It's possible. Okay, we're probably going to do a glottal there. It's going to be much more common, but that held T is actually just a sort of a little bit faster, a little bit lazier, a little bit less clear version of a glottal stop. It's like two versions of the stop, just like we have the T and the T, one nice and clear, one a little lazier. It's the same thing with the stops, okay, the glottal and the held. And then, of course, there's the dropped sound. So if I say it works, right, I could potentially say it works. We don't usually connect T and W. It can happen, but that's one possibility. It works. We could say it works with a stop. I could say it works, dropping the T completely. Okay. I can do a held T. It works. It works. It works. It works. I go into the T, but I don't actually push it out. I just go straight into that W. It works. It works. It's a little hard to do with the W there, but possible. So that's how I would explain that. I know that's a big, long, complicated explanation. So the rule is it depends on the context of the sounds around it. And there are other rules, like with the D, right? Like bad luck. If it's followed by an L, there's a special type of blend of how we move from the D to the L that we don't normally do in other combinations. Where the D now it's not stopped anymore. It's not bad luck. It's bad luck. Bad luck. Okay, we kind of have it like a dl dl. Okay, so it really depends on the sounds after it and what might happen. But again, by default, at the end of a word, it will be a stop, and then something special can happen. So it just depends on if something special happens. JT, I want to buy your book, Logic of Prepositions, but it is not on sale in China. Yeah. Well, it's because it's on Amazon. Sorry. I am making the course, which doesn't have all the same examples, because that would take me way too long to make in video format. But it's going to contain all the same groups, all the main information, many of the same example sentences. So you can just wait for the course to come out. Over time, I'm still working on part 2 of the preposition to. But aside from that, I don't know. You can maybe try getting a VPN or something. I don't know. I know China has, we call it the Great Firewall of China for the internet. So I don't know if you can get around that, or if you want to try to get around it. Maybe you don't want to do that. So I don't know. But yeah, sorry. In the future, maybe I'll have it other places, but right now it's just on Amazon. So our vowels and pronounced the same. No. Almost the same? No. Could you give us a couple of words to contrast these vowels? These vowels, not this vowels, common mistake. These, these vowels as examples, please. Yes, no problem. So this is actually a very, very, very common problem. And actually, I have a whole minimal pair lesson for these exact 2 sounds. Okay. The first one that you wrote looks sort of like a 3, like a backwards 3. That's what I call the third vowel on the vowel chart, eh. Okay. This is all part of my course, right? So you're asking a lot of questions that are in the pronunciation course. So I don't know if you've seen those and you're just asking for more help, or if you haven't seen those, but definitely check out the pronunciation course, and all of this information is either in there or will be in there if I haven't made it yet. But I have a whole lesson where you can start training your ears between these 2 sounds with, I think, 10 pairs of words. And you have to guess which one it is, right? So the backwards 3, that's the third vowel sound, eh. Okay, eh. And the other one that you wrote, that looks like a capital I in IPA, that's the second vowel sound on the vowel chart, like eh, like the word it, eh. Okay. Now, many English learners have difficulty hearing the difference between these 2 because many languages don't have that capital I. And even if you do, you might not have the next sound, so that causes problems. But for example, okay, so you wrote 3 and 2 according to how I teach it. So I don't know if it's better to keep it in that order or to switch it to the order that I usually teach it in. So I'm going to flip it. Okay, so I'm going to say 2 equals bit, 3 equals bet. Okay, so 2 is the capital I, and 3 is that looks like a backwards 3 or like an E in IPA. Okay, just so that's completely clear. So bit, bet, bit, bet, bit, bet. Okay, now I'm saying that very clearly. If you can't hear the difference, that's normal. If you can hear the difference, maybe at faster speed you can't, that also requires training. And so that's normal as well. You just have to do a faster version, which I think I actually have a faster version for that one as well. Another example, let's see here. Mess. Okay. Now the spelling pattern for these 2 sounds, there are exceptions, and there's different things. Most commonly, sound 2, the capital I in IPA, is just going to be spelled with an I with no silent E. Because if there's a silent E after it, it will usually change the I to the diphthong I. Okay. And the most common way to spell the other sound 3, looks like a backwards E in IPA, or backwards 3 in IPA, bet, right? BET. That sound is most commonly spelled with just the letter E. Okay, so you're going to see a lot of words like that. There are exceptions, there are weird things, but it's very common. So bit, bet, miss, mess, miss, mess, miss, mess. Okay. Let's see here. One common pair that gets talked about is these two, which I won't talk too much about, but right, six, sex, six, sex. Okay. Important pair to be able to make the difference between. One more, we could say Jim and Gem. Okay, so the J and the G are pronounced the same here. It's just spelling, but Jim, Gem, Jim, Gem. Okay, Jim, Gem, Jim, Gem. So you just got to train your ears. Okay, again, I have a lesson for that. You can watch that. Once I get monetized, I'm also going to be attempting to build a minimal pair trainer software that you guys can train your ears with for free. So that will be coming, but I'm waiting to get monetized first. So, watch my videos and I'll be able to get monetized. I'm almost there. But yes, I will say one thing, I haven't talked too much about this because it's not standard, but one thing that many Western Americans sometimes do is there's a slight shift in placement of the first 4 front vowels. And you will sometimes hear me do this, but I don't always do it, especially if I'm paying attention to how I speak. But even listening to my videos or in editing my videos, I don't notice that I do it very often. For the first 4 front vowels in Western American, a lot of speakers, the first vowel will be E, right? It's up in the top, E. And then the second vowel will be a little bit lower than in non-Western General American. So it'll be kind of a little closer to the third vowel, right? The third vowel, will be a little bit lower, closer to a. And then a will actually, there's a couple things with a, but we tend to say it lazily, which is also in General American, non-Western General American, they do as well. But that lazy version is closer to e. And so these two vowels, I and e, can be a bit lower in Western American, and that can cause a little bit of a listening problem. But it's not that this sound sounds like this sound and this sound sounds like this sound, but to your ears, if you can't hear normally from speakers who don't do that, if you can't hear the difference clearly, then it's going to make it a little bit harder. And so it doesn't really matter, but I want to point that out just because it is something that exists. And yeah, I know, right? And you will sometimes hear me do that. Sometimes. But I definitely don't do that all the time. And it really doesn't matter at the end of the day because it's, yeah, it's something that unless you have a pretty good ear and you're paying attention and you're a native, like even if you're a native and you're paying attention, you have a good ear, unless you're doing that, you're probably not even going to hear the difference. Most natives aren't even going to notice, right? Maybe they'll pick up a little bit of subtle weirdness, but it's going to sound really natural. And again, either way, I'm not teaching you guys that way, so I wouldn't worry about it. But you will hear it sometimes, so be aware of that. But some of you guys, man, some of you guys have some really good ears. You're starting to hear in some of my lessons, like, hey, this word and this word, like, it's like an extra practice. And you're like, I hear a difference between these two. And it's like, well, technically, sometimes not because of this. Like somebody asked earlier today in the extra practice for the high schwa, the like book, they were asking about between good and book. And they said the in good sounds more like a schwa, like good, and the in book sounds more like book. And I was like, no, it's the same sound. It's just number one, sometimes the sound before it can sort of distort the sound a little bit and make it sound slightly different. But number two, there's also a little range for each sound. And so if you have really good ears, you will hear a very, very slight difference from, you know, each time the same speaker says the same word or the same type of word with the same sound. You'll probably notice a very, very, very minute difference. But an actual native speaker won't even notice that because it's so small. It's still in the same range to be the proper sound, and any small little differences like that, the brain will filter. Um, so if you develop really good ears, like I have, where you can start noticing those things, if you consciously direct your attention, just know that that's okay. That's going too far where it doesn't matter anymore. But most people aren't there yet. So thanks so much for giving us your precious time. I'm definitely going to check the videos you mentioned. When are you going to be live, or when are you going to have your next live? So my lives are every Thursday, um, and well, every Thursday my time. Uh, the exact hour varies. You'll just have to kind of check. I usually try to program it ahead of time so you can check the exact time in your time zone. It should show you. Um, but I change it because I know people are in different parts of the world, and I don't want to have it the same time every time in case somebody can't make it, because of the time zone. So today I started kind of late, 4:30 my time. So next week, I don't think I have anything planned, anything else I have to do. So I'll probably start it at, I don't know, like 4 hours earlier or something. So um, hopefully you can make it to the next one because the time's going to be different. But every Thursday, every Thursday. That's the plan into the foreseeable future. So, but anyway, yeah, we're at about 4 hours. It's 8:30. I'm pretty hungry, so I think I am going to go. Any last minute questions, comments before we head out? Give a couple seconds here. I don't know if there's anything else I wanted to say. I think I'm going to check out Mirai Nikki. But I also started watching Zero no Tsukaima, which seems pretty good. So anime. Okay, well, thank you so much. Have a great one. Awesome. Thank you as well for watching and participating. Um, so yeah, have a great weekend, you guys. Stay safe, and see you next week. So bye bye.